So, why were you in Gems?
I was there for 3 minutes,
Yeah.
and then I well, then I left. I had enough.
Yeah.
I had enough.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. It gets a bit wild in there when Jin shows up.
it was crazy. Wow, everyone, man, everyone. It's just like, oh no, everyone just wants to shout. It's just like, damn,
Mm.
I don't want to be part of any of this. Really. Hold on, I'm
Yeah.
just swapping headsets. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
Boom. Hello.
Oh, way better. Yeah. Was you on your phone or something?
Yeah. It's on my phone.
Oh, okay.
You go.
Yeah. You were saying?
Oh yeah, it was like the wild, wild west out there.
Mm.
Crazy.
Mm.
But
Yeah, it turns into a shit show over there. I mean, but that's what everybody goes to Gems for the shit show.
well, I looked over here. There was no one over here, so I popped over
Mm-hmm.
there for 3 minutes, and yeah,
Mm.
damn, listened in for a little
Yeah.
bit. Said, "How you going, Gin?" And then checked out of here, came over here.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, here we are. Here we are. Here's a funny
Here
thing,
we are.
right? Here's a
Oh.
funny thing, right?
Mm.
So you know the whole um, ship sailing off the edge of the earth, kind of
Mm.
story, right?
Mm.
They thought to themselves, ships are just sailing off the edge of the earth, right? Plonk, into nowhere, right? so now, ships can't be sailing off the edge of the earth, so we have to come up with another shape, right? So we're going to come up with a sphere, right? So we're going to sail around the sphere, but when we get around the sphere, we're not going to just fall off it now. Right? We're just going to keep on going around it. What sort of craziness? How did they sell this idea, Nate? How did they sell
That
that idea to
the
people?
idea that you're just gonna keep on going around and not fall off
Yeah, like how did they get that people?
because people keep on coming back. So someone would sail beyond the horizon, they would disappear, and the fear would be, oh my god, they've fallen off the edge of the earth. But then a few weeks later, they come back.
Yeah, but you're sitting in your little cave, right? You're sitting in your little cave, right? And you got your
Mhm.
spherical rock, right? And you think to myself, yeah, okay, then I'm on top of the rock now, and I'm going to sail around this rock. But I'm just going to, when I sail off it, right? Because if I walk up to that cliff, right,
Mhm.
and then or that hill, I'm going to like be tilting down. I'm going to be like falling down that hill. It's like kind of like walking around a sphere. Right? And you actually got that past the caveman, right? You sold it. It was ingenious, absolutely ingenious.
But we didn't
Now,
sell this idea to cavemen. I mean, by the time this idea was sellable, people were able to build boats and things. You know, the cavemen, I'm sure, they definitely thought that someone's fallen off the edge of the earth, you know?
well, close enough to cavemen. Close enough to cave.
No, not by the time we could build boats that could travel beyond the horizon, we were really far away from cavemen. We were closer to people today than we were to
What?
cavemen.
Are you saying the
Yeah.
cavemen didn't have any boats? Come on.
Well, what's a caveman to you? Because a caveman would have lived with prehistoric creatures, right?
Mhm.
Or
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Flintstones, right? Yeah.
And they would have had it. They would have had a canoe or two, I reckon. They'd
A canoe to go where?
to go to their neighbour caveman, like to have a cave
What?
barbecue or something. Like what the hell?
No, Benso. They would have just been traveling by land, you know. That's why the whole idea is the cavemen that went from East Asia, northern Russia, to North America, they did it by walking over frozen land, you know. So when the Bering Strait was frozen over, that's when they crossed.
I wonder
And
if
they
all
settled in North America for millennia until they were able to develop boats and then travel down the coastline to South America.
yeah.
Yeah,
See,
it took a
I've got a
while.
suspicion when they tried to sell this idea all those
Mhm.
years ago,
Mm,
that's when they started putting fluoride in the water, right, to dump the
mm,
shit out, right? That's how they got
maybe.
through. Yeah,
You
it's a
could
pretty
be
good.
right. You could be right. But
But
Bansel, just give me 5 minutes, man. Like
mhm.
don't leave. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. You still there, Bansel?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
All right, sorry, man.
You,
I had to
you
do
know the
something a
amount
bit
of
silly. Mm-hmm.
you know the amount of money you can get in grants if you believe in Einstein's theory of general relativity. You know how much money
Oh yeah.
you know how
Oh
much
yeah.
money is
Tons of money.
available out there? Like it is
Billions. Billions. Yeah.
trillions, not billions, trillions. It is insane. You know what they reckon they can do now?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the theory of general relativity, right? They think that radio waves, right,
Mm-hmm.
which apparently which are a form of light,
Light.
in a wave, is also affected by gravitational lensing, and as
Yeah.
such, yeah, this is amazing. And because of so, right, we can now bend radio waves around the sun. So this is
We
going to,
can.
and
Isn't it
this
they're
is
going to
going
use that to try and detect aliens or something like that, right?
exactly. We're going to
Yeah,
communicate
it's
with aliens by bending the radio waves around the sun. It's,
Yeah,
This is incredible. This
yeah.
is going to change the world as we know it. I'm sure. I'm sure.
Why? Do you
Be-
think we'll detect anything? I don't think we're going to detect
no,
anything.
no, we're not going to detect aliens. You know, we're not going to detect aliens. But it gives these
Yeah.
this university a good boost of money for their department.
Yeah, but people have no problem with that because we see the benefits that come out of all of this research and development.
Well, why don't we like bend radio waves around mountains?
Why? To do what?
Yeah, why? Why?
Why and how? How would you bend a radio wave around a mountain?
Because of gravitational lensing.
But a mountain doesn't have enough mass to gravitationally lens light. You know, a mountain isn't massive enough. Otherwise, we would see sunlight coming from around mountains be lensed all of the time, but we don't see that happen, man. So
Well, maybe if you used a really little radio wave, it wouldn't need that massive bending.
a little radio wave,
Yeah, a little one, like a little baby
a
one.
little what? The
Yeah.
baby wave. Oh, jeez. No, nothing on Earth has enough mass. And number one, number two, it has to be light coming from very far away. It's not going to happen
No,
with light. You know, that's why
I
we don't even see it happen to light in our solar system. You know,
I disagree there. I
you do.
disagree. Well,
Oh,
if we can get a mountain to pull a plumb bob, we should be able to get it
hmm
to bend a radio wave.
yeah, but a plumb bob is a bit different from light. Number one, you know, it's not moving at crazy velocities. Number two, the pull that mountain had on the plumb bob, you know, it's not something the eye could see, Bansal. You needed very special instrumentation to even detect that pull, you know?
Well,
They didn't just see it with the eyes. Yeah,
apparently
it's
so.
fact.
Yeah,
It is.
that's right.
Yeah.
And you know how much more a plumb bob weighs in compared to a radio wave?
Yeah, way much
Yeah,
more. Yeah.
exactly, exactly.
Mm.
And you're telling me that that mountain can't bend a radio wave, but it can pull a plumb bob? Come on.
hmm
This is where they need to be going, right? They need to go.
Maybe, all right. Let me say this, Bansal. Maybe there is a little bit of lensing happening, but
Mm,
it's it's, it's not. And I don't think instrumentation that could pick up that sort of lensing. That's why it's easier to see the effects of gravity with something like a plumb bob, which weighs way more than with a radio wave.
we'll see. Mm,
Mm, mm,
perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. Like
mm.
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you how wrong you are because you already know how wrong you are.
Mm.
But yeah, it seems unlikely. But it is interesting that
Mm.
we soon could turn on our radios and we can hear Alien FM, the Alien Top 40 is going to be in
Yeah.
a
I
station
doubt
near
we're
you.
gonna. Yeah, jokes aside, though, I doubt we're gonna detect anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's intelligent life out there, it's not gonna allow itself to just be so easily detected, you know? And that's what shows our unintelligence. The fact that we're exposing ourselves like that, you know? Because let's say we send out that signal, bend it around the sun, and it goes off into a distant galaxy, and someone in that distant galaxy picks it up.
Yeah.
We're in trouble. We are in big trouble because
You
they
reckon
know our location. Yeah,
so you think it puts a big target on our back, do you?
exactly.
And they're going to
If
go,
we're not being
oh,
watched already. Mm. If we're
we
not
want
being
your
watched already.
resources. They're going to come down here and take all our resources, and it'll be like Independence Day all over again.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think aliens would be after our resources. If they wanted something from us, it would be our star. They wouldn't care about the planet. They would want our star because that's where all the energy is.
What are they going to do with it? Like throw a big
They're
net
gonna,
over it and tow it back
yeah.
to their
No, they don't
galaxy?
even need to throw a net. They don't need to tow it back, but they could just throw a net around it. What's hypothesized as a Dyson sphere, and that sphere can channel all of the sun's energy all the way back to wherever the aliens are, and then we get no energy from the sun anymore.
I've heard this thing spoken about the last couple of weeks. This Dyson sphere.
Mm. I'm sure you've heard me say that a lot, huh?
Oh well, not necessarily you, but I've just heard it in the
Oh, oh, okay.
in the chat. People
Oh, who? Which people? Who?
have, they were talking about it the other day actually.
Uh huh.
In regards to what were they? Actually, I think it
It's
came up the
me.
other
I'm the
day.
only one that talks about these things.
Oh,
No, I'm
okay. It
joking.
might have been you.
I'm joking. I'm
Actually, I
joking.
think no, it might have.
Yeah.
I think you may have been here, Nate, because
Yeah.
remember how we were talking about the color of the sun and the color of the stars? I think it actually came
Mm.
in that conversation.
Conversation.
Uh,
Maybe. Yeah.
is this what they look like? I've just typed in images of Dyson sphere.
Let me see. I mean, it's not a real thing. You know, just to put that out there.
Oh, so why do we
Oh,
talk about them if they're not real?
because it's a hypothesized idea if we wanted to capture and regulate the energy from the sun.
Okay, hold on.
You know, if we became a type 2 or type 3 civilization and we could travel to other galaxies, we would want to harness the energy from suns in other galactical solar systems. So this is hypothesized as to how you would go about doing it. If we would try to become Star Wars, you know? Because the idea is if we went to another planet and if we went to another solar system and we were in a planet that's kind of like um, Neptune or Uranus in that solar system, too far away from the sun, can't get enough energy. But we feel that, you know, that planet has oxygen, we could breathe there and stuff, but it's just too far away, it's too cold. What we could do is the local sun for that planet, we could put a Dyson sphere around it and use the energy from that Dyson sphere to terraform the planet. You know, so even though the sun's far away, we could still keep the planet warm
Oh,
by
so
siphoning.
yeah,
Mm.
it's basically heaps of mirrors.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of
Oh,
mirrors.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's to trap the sun's energy so that we
Yeah.
can control its use and distribution. Yeah,
Mhm.
so that none of the
Right.
sun's energy gets lost to space. You know.
Well, I don't know how you're going to get a bunch of mirrors anywhere near the sun without them melting.
Yeah, we don't have that sort of technology right now. That's what I'm saying. It's not a real thing yet, and we would need to be a Type 2 or at least a Type 3 civilization, and that's going to take like 100,000 years for us to get there. We're not even a Type 1 civilization right now. You know. Yeah.
Bloody.
That's what I'm saying. If we do
We
get in
far ahead,
contact with
man.
aliens, we're putting ourselves in trouble.
Uh-huh. And you reckon we're not cavemen? What the hell?
All right, you have a good point there. We might actually still be cavemen because we do kind of live in caves, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not natural caves, but it's caves we've made for ourselves.
Yeah. A lot more
Yeah.
comfortable caves. That is for sure. That is for sure. So you've had a good weekend? Have you? No?
Yeah, it was real good. You know, me and the lady friend, you know, just spent it watching movies, managed to go out Friday night. You know, it's been a while since I've been out with the homies.
The
So that
homies.
was fun. The homies,
Yep.
yeah.
Where'd you go?
Yeah,
To
so that was
a
fun.
bar or a club or what did you do?
No. We went to a sports bar.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, and then after that we went to a skating park and like, we were just there chilling till late skating. You know, there was girls around. Yeah, it
Nice.
was real nice, man. Yeah.
Nah,
And
it's
then
good to get out.
Saturday, yeah. And then Saturday, me and my daughter went surfing. Her mom just stayed at home. We was
Cool.
just at the beach. Yeah, it was nice.
Yep,
It
yep,
was
yep.
pretty warm on Saturday. Yeah.
So
And then yesterday we were all. Hmm?
you're coming up to the end of your summer now, aren't you? It's nearly autumn for you.
Oh, almost, yeah. Autumn will start like around September.
Yep.
So I mean, spring is basically done. Summer's starting now. So I would say June, July, August,
Hmm.
and then September, October, November is when you have autumn, and then December, January, February you got winter. Yeah. You
Yeah.
guys don't have all of the 4 seasons like that, right?
Yeah.
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 You
100%.
don't. Okay.
Yeah, we do.
So what is it for you now?
Winter. So we're coming up to spring. So spring will start in
Oh, damn.
September.
How cold does it get during your winter? Like what is it like? Is it cold and wet or cold and dry?
Well, where I am, it's about 14 degrees here Celsius, so not
Ooh, that is
too.
that is kind of cold, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Who is this? Give me 2 seconds.
Hmm.
I have to. Someone's got a warning. Hold on. Someone wants
Okay.
me to verify.
Do you think, bitch? So do you think? Do you think? Do you think? Do you think? We feeling these wabbits. Yeah,
Wabbits.
y'all.
Before
Yeah,
you
my
eat them,
wabbits.
you gotta fatten them up before you eat them.
I would eat you before I eat something. So, and I know you
Oh,
taste
oh,
horrible.
what?
Really eat you.
Harsh, harsh.
What do
Can't
you
believe
mean?
you.
It's the truth. You know, our friendship is based on absolute honesty, and I want to keep it that way.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's. Well, I'd keep you going for a agreed, and it doesn't work. What do you mean you agreed?
Huh?
Hold on. Tell you what, we'll
No.
see what he's like. You're unmuted, so join the
Hello.
chat, hater, and we'll see what you like.
What's up?
Yeah, not much,
Yeah.
man.
What's ooh? This guy sounds like trouble.
Yeah, that's what we gotta. Just
Wait, what do you
Yeah.
mean I sound like trouble?
I don't
No,
know.
I'm joking. I'm just
You
What's
have.
up, man?
Well, he's been warned before. He's a read only kind of cat.
Do you remember me, Ben? So this is D&D +1 Dragon.
Oh, this is
Oh,
Drag. No
dragon!
wonder. No wonder. Uh.
Man, you have like 5 million accounts. You do.
Well, I just keep changing my
Jeez.
name.
Yeah. There you go,
Yeah,
brother.
what's up, bro? My worst enemy. What's happening?
This guy has been restricted and kicked out so many times. It's not even
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, yeah. I
He's
remember him. I
he's
remember.
going he's going for the record.
Yeah, he's a menace to society. I swear to God.
He's a terror. He's an absolute
Yeah,
terror.
terrorist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, bad song. You know, I just don't think we're ever gonna detect aliens in our lifetime. I doubt they actually do exist. You know,
Yeah, because they don't. You're 100% right, Dave. They don't.
I think we're the only ones here.
Mm.
Well,
That's the
not
only thing you
humans,
and I
not
agree
just
on.
humans.
Damn. What
What
are
do
you
you mean
smoking,
everyone's
man?
Sorry, I
You're not
forgot
the
to
only
mute my mic.
How dare you? How dare you?
If you're going to die, die quietly. So we can't
Yeah,
Yeah,
shh.
bro.
Keep it down.
hear
Keep the fucking noise down, bro.
Die on your own time, bro.
you.
Fuck.
Yeah.
This
I got
is,
push
Not
to
on my
talk on.
watch, you don't. Not on my watch.
Mhm.
So have you guys heard about like giant trees?
About what?
Trees.
Giant trees.
Big trees.
Giant trees? Yeah, I've heard of
Yeah,
giant trees.
yeah, like historical giant tree. Like there's a theory that like some of the mountains today are like fossilized trees.
Yeah. Okay.
I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
Well, for example,
Never
if
heard
you
that?
know, if you search up like this mountain called the Devil's Mountain, it looks like a tree stump.
The Devil's Mouth. Oh yeah. I know about that, but that's just a thing of the
Well, the thing is, it was
mount.
well, they try to say that it was like a volcanic eruption, but you know, it's just like it's a cover up, man.
you reckon?
Yeah, it does look like a tree stump, but it's not, man. Come on.
It is.
Have
Like,
you seen this before?
have you ever seen the tree rings?
Tree rings? Like when you cut a tree and then you look
Yeah, yeah.
down on it? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it's exactly like the mountain. Like the thing is like inside of the trees, they're like kind of built like honeycombs.
Mm.
They're like very symmetrical, you know, like one of those things. But that's how it's like on the mountain and the tree. So it's like very interesting. They share the same features. So you gotta just put two and two together, man.
I will say,
But yeah, just do more research on it, man. Like I'm not, you know.
there does seem to be,
Just
with
do more
some of them,
research
there
on
does
it.
seem to be some similarities.
Just do more research on it.
Yeah, and fossilized tree, it's like it turns into like petrified stone. That's the thing.
Yeah, anything that's fossilized turns into stone, even bone. You know?
Yeah.
That's what fossils are. You know? Well, most fossils. That's what most fossils are. The ones
Very
we
hard to
see.
get fossilized though. Like for
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
that's why the evolution theory I don't like it because they claim that millions of fossils and all this stuff. Like it's extremely hard to be a fossil. Like you have to be untouched and like there's a lot of stuff that comes with it.
For a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your body needs to be submerged in water pretty quickly, pretty rapidly. A lot of water, a
Yeah.
lot of mud. And you need to stay in those preserved conditions for millions of years. Yeah, while the mud and the water and the chemicals leach out, you know, the calcium and minerals, so that it's just bones left. I totally agree with you, bro. It takes a long time for this to happen. That's why we never find complete skeletons. We'll just find a tooth, half an arm, a tail, stuff like that. You know.
But the thing is, it can also happen in rapid burial as well. That's the only other possible thing besides the other one, which is rare. Is the other one
But that's
Go ahead.
no. Go ahead. Sorry, bro. I was interrupting you.
Oh no,
And then Bansol's after you. All right, if you're done, Bansol, go ahead, man. You were trying to get in.
I was just gonna say that, you know, some of these things I can see the similarities between this and a tree stump, and I've seen other pictures that kind of look similar.
Yeah.
And I can see the similarities, right? I'm not going to disagree that I can see the similarities. What would push me over the edge, though, right? What would push me over the edge if we found the giant axe or the giant saw next to it? Well, that would push me over the edge if we could find evidence of that.
Yeah.
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 So
Giant X.
yeah. Like, because, well, just imagine the size of the axe to cut that puppy down, or the saw.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I
why
hear
there
you.
was like giants back then.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that. I've heard that theory as well, and
Either
Yeah, but
giants or
all
ancient.
those giant things. Yeah. But all those giant images have been proven to be fakes, bro.
Like, are you talking about like
All of them.
giants that look like they're inside of mountains?
Yeah, those, and then when they find like a giant skeleton and they show a human standing next to the skeleton, it's Photoshop.
Well, how do you know?
Because I've seen the picture of the skeleton and then the original picture taken.
Well, some
And there's
yeah.
commentary from the person that took the picture that says, this is my original picture. This is a Photoshop.
Can you give me a source?
All right, here you go.
But I'm not denying that some of them might be fake. But there's also like fossilized trees found all over the world connecting like multiple rock layers. And the fact that like there's no
That is
erosion
true.
marks. There's no like erosion marks between the sedimentary rock layers anywhere in the world. And also to that like rapid burial thing, like there's like whale fossils found in like Chile, far from the ocean. So that's like another proof of rapid burial.
It's another proof of what theory?
Rapid burial, like something like a flood, a worldwide flood. Like if you look at the Grand Canyon, it's a perfect example of massive erosion caused by water and mud flow. And the thing is, since the like, if you look at the Grand Canyon, like it was next to the Colorado River, and it has several states feeding into it, and all the rain for those states it has to flow through the Grand Canyon. And since like the primary material is like sandstone, it's gonna erode quickly. So if the flood really did happen and the western U.S. was like underwater, you would have all the water from those states feeding directly through the Grand Canyon in a very short period of time. So you gotta just like consider this flood, man.
so that was a fake night, the one that you posted.
That was.
Oh yeah, I've
that
never
was a
seen
fake,
that. It's a Chinese one, so I mean some type of foreign stuff.
No, it's yeah, but
But
that's where a lot of these pictures get made up.
Well, it's kind of
It's
like
all photoshops that people just made for their personal galleries, and then they got leaked.
I mean, where does it say? Where does it show the original picture? It just says like a fake thing on it. It just says fake. That's all it says. Like, where's the? You said there was.
I also just copied the words of the original creator, right? So a reverse image search on the image traces it back to 2011. The origin of the image by a graphic designer who goes by the name of WhiteMath57 on the website Design Crowd. This is the title on that guy's website, the guy that made the original image. Photoshop submission for Size Matters 4 contest. The image also has the caption that says, WhiteMath57, an American designer, created this Photoshop on this date for Design Crowd, a community contest, a business in Australia.
Yeah, but it was that one, and no one was claiming that that was a real giant photo.
Be back, behave. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
The guy who did the Photoshop himself said that it was in a Photoshop contest. No one's claiming that's a real giant.
No, some people were claiming. If you read the whole article, there were people claiming that is
those are retards.
Okay, could you show me the skeletons you've seen that are real?
All right.
How about that? Yeah.
Have you heard of the Smithsonian giant? Can you debunk that?
Smithsonian giant. Let me look into it. I've never heard about it.
Like give you an excuse. I'll show you. I'm gonna show you in your DMs.
No, just post it in the chat
I don't
so
have
that
big
everyone can see.
and I can't talk in chat.
Smithsonian giant. Archaeology on the 3-year-old giant statues. Well, the Smithsonian giant is just a statue. It's not an actual skeleton.
Dude, you literally
So
just
that's
looked it
fine.
up and then just reading what you're looking
Yeah,
at.
I looked it up, and that's what I'm seeing. Do you have something else?
Up.
Yeah, you told me to look into it. I looked into it, and this is what I'm seeing. Do you have
Dude,
something else?
I told you right after. I said, never mind, don't look into it. It might just be an excuse.
So you're gonna look into it and provide me with something. All right.
Yeah,
That's
just
cool.
look in your
I'll
DMs.
look. All right. All right.
What are you, some type of atheist?
Me? No, I'm way more religious than you are. Trust me. But that doesn't
What?
mean I believe in giants. You know.
Why? What religion are you?
I'm a Muslim.
Uh,
Yeah, trust me. I believe in God way more than you do. But that don't mean that
but
I think giants are real.
Islam is false, though. You know, Islam
Okay.
made like 500 years after the crucifixion. Like it even is like later than Christianity, even though Christianity is false as well.
Yeah, and you know that Christianity was made 1,000 years after Judaism. You know,
Yeah,
so I mean, we can
I
all play that game, but at the end of
follow
the
Judaism.
day,
You realize that,
we
right?
all
I
praying
follow
to the
Judaism.
same God, and
No, you're not.
my
You're praying
faith
to
in
a
that God
fake
is
one.
way stronger than yours.
You pray to the deceiver.
Well, then your God is fake.
How
Your
is it
God
my
is the
God? You're the
deceitful
one
one.
who
You know,
copied off my religion. It's all copied from the
and
Abraham.
you copied off of another religion.
Bro,
Like, what's
how
your
if
point?
Judaism is the oldest religion? You're
Because
retarded.
because the whole Christianity is not the oldest religion. That's a blatant
You
lie.
say
Number one. Number
Christianity, I
two,
said Judaism.
the whole the
You're
whole the
strawmanning.
whole.
And you just said I
All
said
right,
Christianity.
even Judaism. All right, I misheard you. I am
No, it's
sorry.
not. They say hold on.
Even
They say
Judaism is not
hold
the
on. They say
oldest. Is not
Hinduism
the
is the
oldest
oldest
religion.
religion. Hold on. They say Hinduism is the oldest religion,
Uh-huh.
and it predates Judaism. If you look it up, but the thing is, they tie it to animal worship. Do you count animal worship as Hinduism? I don't think so.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I do agree with you that Hinduism is older.
Judaism is like the oldest religion.
Judaism is also older than Christianity. So if I'm popping someone, Islam is way closer to
Dude, you believe in
Judaism than
Islam.
it is
Islam is like one of the latest.
yeah, but let me just get this out, bro, please.
New religion.
Go ahead. I'll
How
go
can you?
after you. Just say what you want to
Muhammad
say.
was illiterate. How do you trust someone who's illiterate? Muhammad came out the cave because he was like spoken to by an angel, and then when he came out, he started telling everyone about how he met God and all that, and then everyone believed him because they were all like Muslims. I mean, they were all Arabs in that like type of community. The average IQ was like 75.
Is there more you want to say before I start talking? All right. So Islam is way closer to Judaism than it is to Christianity. That's why we agree with a lot more of what Judaism says about the nature of God than we agree with Christianity. That's why for us, we take the Jewish position that Jesus wasn't the Son of God, right? So if we are copying anybody, we are copying the original source, which is Judaism, not Christianity. Christianity tries to copy the original source, but then it also goes and makes up its own stuff. That's why your whole first half of your Bible is the Torah. And even Judaism is a copy of older religions such as Zoroastrianism. I don't know if you've heard of that. Have you heard of that religion before? Is he gone? Oh, he left. Never mind.
I'll continue where he left off if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so you say that it's more like Judaism, but traditional Judaism, especially if you're talking about the Talmud, it's more Babylonian, and they say that Yeshua is boiling in human excrement in hell, right? Whereas then when you say Isa, you guys usually say blessed Isa or whatever. You guys are a little more friendly when you're talking about him, as opposed to what they say that he's the illegitimate son of Mary from a Roman soldier. So I would say you guys are a lot nicer when you talk about him compared to when Babylonian Talmudian Jews talk about him.
Yeah, but you don't really find that many Babylonian Talmudian Jews alive today. That's not even the version of Judaism we look towards. We look more towards what's in the Torah. But I do agree with you that we are nicer when it comes to Jesus. And I would say that between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, Jesus is always the divisive factor. We tend to agree on most other things. It's just when it comes to Jesus that things get a bit iffy, right? Christianity puts Jesus on the top of a pedestal. We give Jesus great importance, but not the same amount of importance as God. He's beneath God, and he's on a level footing with all of the other prophets. While with Judaism, they don't give Jesus any respect whatsoever. So, Jesus does seem to be the divisive factor.
Okay, so the first thing you said is more Jews are Karaite Jews or Old Testament observing only, right? And that's absolutely not true. Most Jews are traditional Jews, kind of like the Pharisees of Christ's day. And if you pay attention to the red words, Christ's number one enemy was the Pharisees, and most people are traditional Orthodox Jews or atheists, and not what you would call a Karaite Jew. Karaite Jew is actually the rare. There's not very many of them, and they're the ones that adhere to the Old Testament only, and they do not. Well, I don't want to say Old Testament because their book would be like the Torah and the prophets, right? So, correctly speaking, they adhere to the Torah and the prophets, and they reject the Babylonian Talmud, which would be more like the laws of the rabbis, right? The rabbi says, this, and God says that. They go with the rabbi because the rabbi knows better than God. So I would say that you're wrong about that.
What? You think most Jews alive today agree with that? That rabbis know more than God?
Yeah, I would, except for the atheist ones. Obviously, the atheist ones wouldn't care about what God says. But yeah, the Karaite Jew is the rare one. There's not very many of them.
I don't know about that, man.
But this isn't about really Judaism. This is really about Christianity and Islam. So I don't really have a problem with you as a Muslim, right? I don't care what you believe about Yeshua. It's none of my business. God says love your neighbor. He doesn't say unless he's a Muslim, right? So if you were my neighbor, I would like to.
Yeah.
I would like to think that we could eat peacefully together, and I would, respect all your dietary laws and cook a meal suitable for you. And I think that we should be able to get along, because if you're down with Isa being the Messiah, right?
Mhm.
So he's the Messiah. That's who I think he is. So I am not a Trinitarian. So where most Christians would argue with you that I think the Jews left out the New Testament, the Christians left out the Old Testament, and the Muslims kind of rejected Christ as being the Son of God. So I think the truth is somewhere in the middle between the Christians and the Muslims. I'm not saying that he's God, the Most High Creator. I'm saying he's the Son of God, because that's who God said he was at the River of Jordan. But if you go by what man says, John says that he is the Word, and the Word was God. So I'm not going by what man says. I'm going by what the Messiah says. So he said to the Samaritan woman, I am he that you speak of. When she started talking about one day there's going to be a Messiah and he's going to come and correct us on things. And he said, I am he that you speak of. So he said he was the Messiah. The Most High God said that he was Messiah. And when you ask a Christian, where is God or where is Jesus right now? They say he's at the right hand of the Father. So I'm like, at the right hand of who? So he's not in the throne like the Most High God. He's in the throne room next to the Most High God. So I'll let you respond.
Okay. I hear you, man. Is this Hank Hill? You sound so much like him.
Yeah, you can call me that, but my name is Larry.
Okay, but you used to go by that username, right?
That's right.
Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely hear what you're saying, man, and I wouldn't disagree much with it, you know. But I like the fact that you said that we can definitely get along, and you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, when I was talking with Hader, I was just kind of teasing him because me and him have a bit of history. Yeah, I wasn't
That's fine.
seriously saying my faith is stronger than his or he has no faith or anything like that. I was just teasing him.
Oh, I don't care about
For the
that.
most
That's none of my
part,
business.
yeah, for the most part, I do believe that the similarities between the three major Judeo-Christian religions outweigh the differences, and it's a shame most people tend to focus on their differences. But you
Right?
know, being a Muslim raised in the U.S., most of my friends are Christians and Jews. You know, so
Right.
yeah, I do get along with them. I do think they're good, ordinary people, like most of us, and all religions have their bad apples. Christians, Jews, Muslims, you know, they all have their bad apples, but that isn't a representative of the majority. I think most of us are, you know, good, honest, hardworking, God-fearing people, man. And I think most of us do tend to get along, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really meant what I said. We can be neighbors, and as long as you don't break into my shed and I don't break into your shed, you know, then everything's fine, right? Stay out of my storehouse, and I'll stay out of your storehouse, and you don't try to kill me and steal my wife and children. I won't try to kill you and steal your wife and children. If we could all just, you know, go with the Ten Commandments, right? I think that'd be a good start. Apologize for the background noise.
Yeah, what's that noise, man?
I'm not moving stuff
Okay.
around. My phone.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, so it literally says to love your neighbor, you know, in the good book. I believe in the Quran it does say that you're supposed to adhere to the good book. So although
Yeah.
you don't believe Christ was killed on the cross, do you believe that he was switched out with the father's son, Barabbas, and that he survived?
Yeah, the general idea is that the body that was on the cross that died wasn't his body. He never died on the cross. You know, the general idea is he ascended to heaven. You know, how the
Right.
body was
So,
switched out, I'm not too sure on those details, but it wasn't him that died on the cross. His body, you know, none of that stuff happened to him, and he didn't die like a normal human death. You know, God took him so that he could bring him back.
well, I can tell you the rationale behind your argument if you want to know.
Mhm.
Okay, so he was whipped with the tail of what the cat? I forgot how to say it. 39 lashes times 9.
Mm-hmm.
The cat of 9 tails, right?
Yeah,
So he would have
yeah,
been disfigured, right? You would not have been able to recognize the guy who was on the cross as Jesus of Nazareth. You would have recognized him as a bloody pulp, in shock, dehydrated, and suffering from, you know, many ailments at the same time, many different diagnoses at the same time. You would not have been able to recognize the guy. So they say that there could have been a switch and the Messiah could have lived. And they asked, do you want to free, you know, the father's son, Barabbas, the Abba father, Bar meaning son, so the father's son. So they say that could have been the switch, right? And I'm not, advocating for that. I'm just explaining that's how I've heard it explained by Muslims in the past, that he actually didn't get crucified. It was someone else who had been whipped, and there was a switch because Pilate's wife was a follower of Christ. So that would be the logic behind your argument. And once again, I'm not saying that's my belief. So
what the Quran, the problem is, the Quran doesn't give much information on his death. All it says is that they didn't kill him and he wasn't crucified and God took him up to the heavens. They assumed they killed him, but they didn't. And then the problem is because that's the only information we have from the Quran, it's open to interpretation. So some people say his body was switched. Some people say the crucifixion never happened at all. It's so open to interpretation.
So let me tell you something about the Greek New Testament. I don't know if you know this, but I got this from the scholar. I can cite my source when I'm not at work, but this guy is extremely highly educated scholar. And what he said, basically, there's 3 criteria when you're dealing with an ancient manuscript to see if it's accurate or not. So the first criteria is the number of years between the events happening and that getting written down. And in the Greek New Testament, it's less than 100 years. So that's pretty good. The second criteria is the number of copies. You could change the original if you could go to the Vatican and you could make everybody believe that, Jesus had a kid and a wife and a family, or you could rewrite the whole thing just by changing the original. But what you can't do is you can't change all the copies. For example, they recently found a copy wrapped around a mummy in Egypt, and in his head, where his head was wrapped, was the Book of Mark. So you couldn't have dug that up preemptively and changed it plus 5,000 copies. So the copies preserve the text because you can't change the copies. So the last criteria is the accuracy between the copies, right? So if the accuracy is 50%, it's not very reliable. Obviously, it's been messed with. But the Greek New Testament alone, 5,000 copies plus, it's actually 99.6% accurate. So you can argue whether he walked on water. You can argue whether he rose from the dead. You can't really argue that he existed or not, because in the other Greek documents, the Iliad and stuff like that, there's only 15 copies. And we consider this to be historical documents that are legitimate. So you would have to throw out Alexander the Great and pretty much the rest of history, because the Greek New Testament has an embarrassing amount of wealth when it comes to the preservation of it. So that doesn't include the 10,000 Latin copies or the other copies. But now, if we're talking about the King James Bible, that could have been manipulated on purpose, things left out on purpose. But the Greek New Testament, where it's 99.6% accurate, the mistakes were spelling errors or something like that, human error, and it didn't actually have anything to do with the doctrine. Okay. So I know that you Muslims, I've heard you say, and not to stereotype you, but I've heard you Muslims say that, the New Testament's been tampered with. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to have a little faith in the New Testament. And if you would like for me to cite my source, I will when I'm done. I'm at work right now.
Yeah, but I think what you were saying agrees with that. These books have been tampered with, but I do agree with you that there is an original source. All we claim is that the majority of the copies out there today, and I think the majority, it's these King James and, these international versions, those aren't
right.
Yeah, those aren't accurate at all. But if the majority of the books out were the Greek text you were talking about, then Muslims wouldn't be making the claims we make. It's just that isn't You can correct me because I'm speaking under assumptions here, but most of the versions of the Bible you see read in church, it's not that Greek version, is it?
No, it's not. So I would agree with you
Yeah.
there. See, here's the thing: we're supposed to be educated properly. If you look at the
Mm.
classical educational system, and you could compare it to the Prussian educational system that we're under now, the
Yeah.
classical educational system was the 7 liberal arts, right? So grammar, logic, rhetoric, and I can't remember the quadrivium. But shoot, what is it? You'd have to look it up. But yeah, if you look at the 7 liberal arts, like once you learn this, you can't be a slave because your mind is free. So that's why they call it the 7 liberal arts. But yeah, grammar, logic, rhetoric, you're supposed to know like 5 languages by the time that you're like 10. So you should know like Latin, Spanish, French, English, maybe like Mandarin or Arabic. You should be like fluent in 5 languages. But we're not educated like that anymore. We're educated like in the Prussian system, which makes you like an employee or a slave, makes you a good slave. So it was actually illegal back in the ancient Roman days to teach your slaves the trivium. They weren't allowed to read or write. Because once they were allowed to read, write, and as soon as they got logic and grammar and rhetoric, a man who can think and read and write is a dangerous man. He doesn't have the mind of a slave.
Mm. I agree with that 100%. Yeah. The education system today, it's not made for free men. It's made to create citizens, people
Right.
that will have a specific set of skills, not well-rounded people, but someone that's only good at painting, so that
Right.
will be the only contribution to society. It's not, we're not really trying to create people that can freely roam within societies, have the intellect and the rationale to obey laws without needing a police presence or a governmental presence around them that forces them to obey laws. Yeah, like I think you get what I'm trying to say, because I'm basically saying the same thing you
Yeah.
are. Yeah.
It would be better to govern yourself rather than to be governed from the outside.
Exactly.
So every other animal, not that I'm saying we're an animal, let me rephrase, all the animals in the animal kingdom govern themselves, right? Like ants don't need to be told what to do. Monkeys swing from the trees and avoid snakes, right? They don't need like another monkey telling them what to do.
Mm.
But there is like a natural hierarchy that develops, right? So the hierarchy is normal, right? That kind of stuff just forms naturally. But the human hierarchy is like really weird because when did it start that a group of men could get together and pass laws that other men had to follow, but they don't? Right? That's unnatural. That's really weird and unnatural, right?
Mm.
So we're supposed to be following God's law, right? And do that which is lawful. But instead, we got man's law, which is legal. So that which is legal is not lawful. That which is lawful is not legal. So as a Muslim, you guys are supposed to follow the 10 Commandments, right?
The Ten Commandments is within the Torah. Yeah, it is something we ascribe to. It's not the only set of laws. We have more deeper intrinsic laws than the Ten Commandments, but we do follow it.
Yep. Good. So I'm sure you've noticed that the Muslim countries in the
And
Middle East, go ahead.
also, we have. I just wanted to add this. We have more than 10 commandments. I think for us, it's about 7. I just wanted to put that out as a cool fact. Sorry, go ahead.
7? You have 7 commandments?
Yeah, but we kind of call them good manners. 70 good manners you should display. But they're like the 10 Commandments. They're not that different.
So
But there
let me
was
ask you a
something you
question.
were going to say. Mhm.
So if let's say this. Let's talk about good manners. So let's say I invite you to my house, and you tell me that you're Muslim, and I'll say, "Oh, okay, you're a Muslim, right? So I'm going to make sure that the food is, what is it, halal? Is that the right word?
Halal, yeah.
Yeah. So I cook a halal meal. I invite you to eat with my family. You bring your family, and I ask you to take off your shoes. Would you do
Yeah.
it?
I would.
So
Why
then,
not?
so if you could obey my house rules and I could obey your dietary laws, then we could eat and we could be
Definitely.
friends. So
Definitely. We are friends.
the only thing that would keep that from happening is if we could not agree to disagree. So let's say me and you were arguing. I say that Yeshua is the Son of God. You say no, he's the prophet. And I say, okay, look, my friend, at this point, we're not going to budge. Both of us know that our faith is set in stone. So let's not talk about this anymore in the future because we agree to disagree and we're going to put this past us and only stay on common grounds. And we're going to agree to talk about things that we do agree with, like individual liberty and, the rights that our forefathers have given us. They didn't give it to us. They recognize that God gave us these rights, and we only talk about the things that we agree on. We get along a lot better if we did that, right?
Yeah, we would.
But as soon as we
But
turn on the
I don't know.
TV, go ahead.
uh I was just going to say we would definitely get along better, but I don't know if we would understand each other as well, you know? But yeah, as soon as we turn on the TV, what would happen then?
It's going to try to divide and conquer.
Very, very true. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, because the TV is going to tell us about the things we didn't want to talk about. No, very true. Yeah.
Right, right. So I don't know you very well. What is your name? Like your screen name?
Bringing caloric in this server, caloric.
Okay. So you remember me from before. I have a terrible memory with names. I remember your accent. It's like a New York with a hint of Boston accent.
Yeah. My actual name is Nate, but you could call me that, or you could call me caloric, whatever.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to remember the people that I talked to.
Mm.
Don't you think it's a natural thing that men, women, but men, I mean everyone when I say men, follow other men naturally. They look for leaders. They look for someone to follow.
Yeah, they look for just leaders, right?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think justice got anything to do with it. I think people just follow naturally. It's
I
got
agree.
nothing. It's got nothing to do with being just or not.
Well, for some of us it does. If I have a just leader, right? There's two types of kings, right? There's the dragon, and then there's the just king who shares the gold with the people. If I'm following a dragon, I'm not going to follow the dragon. But if it's a just king, I would follow the just king because he's just.
Yeah, and
Mm.
that may be for you, Larry. Right? I'm not disagreeing with what you may do, but you see this very evident in the just in the schoolyard with kids. Right?
Yeah,
There's always a leader, and kids will always follow, the most
Follow the
popular
leader. Yeah.
person, or the most sporty person, or the person that can play the guitar the best, or whatever. They always find their own group, and within those groups, there tends to be a person that stands out as the head of the pack, just naturally.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that person may not necessarily be just or whatever, but it's kind of like it's like a natural law. It just happens naturally. That
I
people
agree.
will follow, and then people will then do things that this leader will instigate or tell them to do, even if they do disagree with it.
Yeah, they're called older followers. That's not me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not talking about you in general. I'm just talking
I
about
know.
you, as in the royal you, as in everyone. Like we can talk about ourselves as individuals, but when you look at the bigger picture, I think the majority of people, that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, they're older followers or people followers. I agree.
Yeah.
I guess me, I'm more of a loner. But if I see like need for grouping up, right, because there's strength in numbers, we all know that fascism works because the more people you have together, the stronger your group is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I saw the need, like say there was a flood, right? And there's a group of people who've gathered up with the firefighters and they're going around to rescue people from their houses. Well, me being an able-bodied man, like I would join that just cause.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's like another group and they're robbing people, you know, then I wouldn't join that group. I think most people are good. I think it's like the Tom McDonald song, Brainwashed. I think people are just extremely brainwashed and, you know, we're kind of told to hate, you know, the other party, right? There's always demonization, you know, the Christians or the Muslims or the Jews or the Marxists or the alt-right, you know, there's always those other guys who are not human, who are not man, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a
If
bit
that's what you,
habit humans.
and I think you are
Good.
right, Larry. I think a majority of people are good. We had an incident here in this town about eight or 9 months ago where someone's house caught on fire. Anyway, part of their house burned down. Anyway, it was pretty tragic for them. They didn't have house insurance or anything like that. You're hot micing, Larry. Background there.
He's at work.
Oh, is that work? Yeah. And anyway, this part of this person's house burned down, and they didn't have house insurance or anything like that. And anyway, the community got together, and with bits and bobs, right? You know, there was, you know, carpenters and plumbers and electricians and just people, men and women that weren't even qualified to do anything. And amongst those people, right, were people in the community where I must say, me myself, I looked at these people thinking, like, you're not a very nice person, type of thing. Like, you hear rumors or, you know, you see them doing things, but then all of a sudden you see them in a different light, actually volunteering their time and just rolling up their sleeves and just helping because it was the right thing to do. Um, so, you know, I do think, you know, a majority of people at heart, they are good. Given a chance, you know, people will do the right thing. What it takes for them to do that right thing, you know, I'm not really too sure, but I think majority of people at heart are good. I think you just got to find, I think, like what you said before, Larry, you got to find common ground with people to not be adversarial about. You're trying to start a brawl, are you, Nate? You trying to start a brawl, are you?
No. It's just Gregory's trying to discuss the shape of the earth, and I don't really like talking about that stuff. So I'm just telling him that I hear him, but he should just think about it. He shouldn't be so sure that what he has is the truth, the absolute truth. That's all.
Okay.
Because even I wouldn't tell you something and tell you it's the absolute truth. You know, I always preference things. I always put in confidence levels. You know, and it's never 100%. You know, I always open up the possible. I'm always open to the possibility that I could be wrong, and most of
Yeah.
the time I am. You know, yeah.
Yeah, most of the time you are wrong. Exactly. Most of the time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we know you only have like a 1% chance faith in the science. We established that the other day. 1%.
What do you mean 1%?
Well,
It was y'all that.
you tried to
It
get
was
it at
your.
80%.
Yeah, 80%. Yeah, oh, one.
It was
But
closer
I
than
am
that.
open. I am open to the idea that we could have all, 80% confidence that we know everything, and then tomorrow we discover something that shows we actually only know 1%. You know, that could happen, Vance. We could discover something tomorrow that tells us everything we thought we knew is wrong. And if that's the case, then we're back down to 1%, right?
Tell you what, when you
Mm,
come over here and have a barbecue, Nate, we are going to go out and
mhm.
we are going to measure things, and you are going to see for yourself, Nate, that
Mm.
that 1% will plummet to like 0.000 infinite
I don't know,
zero
Vance.
1%.
If I measured stuff with you, it might just hit 100%, you know. But yeah, we can
Oh,
definitely do that.
harsh, harsh.
What would you wanna measure though?
We'll measure the mountain next to me.
Hmm.
Right. We'll start there.
Measure what though? Its height. It's
Yeah.
width,
Why would
length.
you measure topography?
Like
Wouldn't
you mean like
wouldn't
like
we would
long distance measurements? Like we're gonna walk away from the mountain and see how much of it
no, no,
um gets covered by the Earth's surface the further away we are from it, taking our elevation into account. Those kind of
no,
measurements.
no, we're going to measure water like I have many a time measured.
There's the
Well,
mountains in water.
I've measured the banks of water, not the water
So we're not
itself.
gonna measure the mountain anymore.
No. Well, no.
Okay.
We'll go on top of that. We'll go on top of the mountain. What we'll do, we'll go on
Hmm.
top of the mountain, and we'll get a plumb bob. That's what we'll do, all right?
And
And
then
and a level, all right?
and then
And we'll look
we.
out at that beautiful horizon.
Hmm. Like, are we gonna do? Are we gonna try measure interior angles of triangles over long distances to see if they add to 180 or more than 180? Like what else? You know,
No, they
like let's
can't
do
add
some
to
cool
more.
stuff.
They can't add
Hmm.
to more than 180 because triangles only ever add up to 180. We know this,
Hmm.
Nate. Right?
I thought all something needed to be a triangle was to have three sides, three
Guys,
angles, triangle.
you sound like rank amateurs. You know that you can't walk in a straight line because every road is going to have bends, hills, slopes, valleys, mountains. I mean, every road is going to have, if you're going uphill, that's not going to be a measurement, right? So that's why we use
Yeah.
water, right? Every time we use water, it's because we're eliminating all those variables except for, whatever light's doing. And let's be honest here, none of us are experts on light. The people who are arguing and say that you're not going to understand quantum physics, it's because of light, right? I
I
mean,
understand quantum physics. You know, I'm pretty well versed on
okay,
light.
so
You know,
so
I
okay,
can give
let me
you
ask you
a
a question.
refraction calculation, but like what?
Let me ask you a question then, if you're confident. So the double slit experiment, you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the double slit experiment, the results are right. There's no philosophy. This is just the results of the experiment. The knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function, right? So I'm gonna ask you
Yes,
a
sir.
question. How does the light know that there's a knower of the witch path information?
We don't know that the light knows. You know, no one says that the light knows it's being observed. What we say that it seems as if the light knows you are looking or you are not looking, and it seems to act based on whether or not there's some sort of interaction with the outside world. What we've also come to discover, though, is that it's not only conscious beings with the ability to know the which way path of information that can cause the wave function to collapse. It seems even things like rocks, balls can cause a collapse in the quantum state. So it seems fundamentally it's more that the moment this thing, which is in a superposition, interacts with the outside world, as a consequence of it interacting with the world around us, the quantum state collapses, and then this thing obtains definite concrete features we can make comments about. This is its mass, this is its position, this is its momentum. But until we interact with it, we can't make such statements about it. We can only make probabilistic statements.
See, at the part where I said this is, just the information from the experiment, that was all like science, right? But at the moment I said, how does light know that there's a knower? That's when I went into philosophy, right? And then everything you said was philosophy.
Yeah.
Right,
I was
so we don't
answering
know.
to your philosophical question. Yeah, we don't, but I
It was
said in the
it was a
beginning,
good answer.
we don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a good answer, right? Yeah, I'm not complaining about your answer. I'm just saying that it's like every time we're talking about light, somehow the conversation is going to deviate from science and it's going to go into philosophy, which, it's like this. Every United States citizen, every Texan is a United States citizen, but not every United States citizen is a Texan. In the same way, right? All science is philosophy, but not all philosophy is science. Does that make sense? So that's the problem. That's where the rub is. That's where the scientist interferes and affects the science when he starts philosophizing about the results of the experiment. I'll give you a good example. So Marcus and Morley, they couldn't detect the deviation that they expected to be there. In fact, it was in sync, right? And then Einstein said that, well, what's really going on is there's a Lorentz contraction, right? That was the philosophy part. The actual results was that the Earth is not moving through the ether. We're talking about the original experiment, so-called. So it's like this. The original observation is that there's not enough gravity in the galaxies and the stars should fly off because they're spinning 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku. Right? The explanation is, well, it's dark matter. I'm done. Am I clocked out? All right. Have a good night. Cool.
Well,
Perfect.
they make some wild assumptions about light and how it travels and what it is. I think.
Say what, Pencil?
I think they make some wild assumptions about light, Nate, and what it is and how it travels. Like travels in rays and all this sort of stuff. Well, Nate, that I don't see light that way myself. I don't see it traveling in rays at all. Not at all.
How do you see light travel, Pencil?
I don't see light traveling in a ray. I see it.
How do you see it travel?
Well, traveling. See, that's a traveling. Okay, that's a bit of a funny word. It kind of what's the word I'm looking for? If I don't use
Hey, you found your hashish ball. We get it.
yeah.
I'm just playing.
Hey, Grim. How you going?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, good mate, good.
Thought I
I
heard
only
some
think
hay.
kind of like in a bubble type of thing. Imagine around the sun, right? Emanates a bubble around the sun, and that bubble kind of grows and grows. That's kind of
An
how I see
expanding
it.
bubble.
Kind of
Yeah,
like an
that's
expanding bubble. Kind of, yeah, but it
I like
doesn't.
that.
Yeah, but it's not in rays per se, like little laser beams coming out of the sun at all. It's like an
Is it
expanding
little
bubble.
particles? Like, what's
No,
this bubble made of? Is
I
it
think
made
it's
of waves or particles?
I think it's like, well, it's like one big bubble, I suppose.
Bubble.
Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's not made up of
It's
particles.
one continuous thing. Now,
Like
what
one
Yeah,
happens,
cell,
Bandsaw, when
yeah,
like a
let's
cell.
say this, yeah. So this bubble is expanding northeast, southwest, all right? And let's say
yeah,
you are standing on the west side of the bubble. The bubble is gonna anything on the west side of the bubble is gonna come in contact with you before anything on
yeah,
the north side of the bubble comes in contact with anything else, right? So
yeah,
is it coming in contact with you, making it burst, or what's happening there? So you see the westward light, but you're not seeing the northward light. Like
yeah.
what
Well,
happens now when this bubble starts to interact with things?
it kind of just goes around you, if you know, like kind of engulfs you and then goes
Hmm,
around you, kind of thing. Does that make sense? What I
okay.
just said then? But like, yeah, and like with this double slit experiment that I've heard you talk about, where the light goes through the slit, and now we can predict. It's a wave, not a. It travels in a wave with superposition bouncing all over the place. See, now I see that light going through that slit. Well, how do we know that the light that has gone through that slit now isn't creating its own little bubble of light around it? Okay.
It is.
So, so exactly. So it's not a particle itself, right? It is just propagating more light. So to look at it like a particle, like individual particles doing their own individual thing, and this particle can be here, there, or anywhere. I don't see it like that. Maybe
But
it's
but but Dan, so even in your light bubble idea, this light
yeah,
bubble is expanding from a central source, right?
yeah. It's definitely energized from a point,
A
definitely.
central source, yeah, from a
Yeah,
point source, and that
from
point
a
source
point.
is that
Yeah,
that's yeah, we would
yeah,
just call that a particle, Dan. So, but my question is now, I hear what you were saying as to how light travels. You can definitely
yep,
visualize light traveling as an expanding bubble from a central source. I have
yeah,
no problem with that.
yep.
Now the question comes, what happens when that bubble starts to interact with things around it, like with your eye? How does your eye um, receive that bubble? Does it receive it as a wave, as a particle? Because it's not receiving the whole entire bubble. It can't see the northward side of the bubble or the south side of it. It's just seeing one side of the bubble. So how does it interact with that?
Yeah. Well, see, now you make the presumption that that light goes into our eye, and that's how we see things. Okay.
Oh, you don't
Yeah.
think so?
No, I don't actually. No, I don't.
Okay.
We see things because things are illuminated. Not that the light is traveling into our eye, right, and lighting up our eye, the inside of our eye. That's not how we see things. Our eyes are just a receptor, right? And we see things because they are illuminated, right? They are in light itself. But that light isn't traveling into our eyeball, right?
Hmm.
At all. I don't see it like that. I see, I
Okay.
see, I see things like I keep on saying. I've said it many a times.
Hmm.
Like the olive tree that I look at, I see it where it is. Okay. I don't see, well, I don't think I see, because that light is hitting that olive tree, then bouncing off
Hmm.
that olive tree into my eye as packets of information, traveling into my eye through the ether,
Okay.
through the air, through anything like that. I see it
All right.
exactly where it is, and this is why I don't agree with the notion of when we're talking about say things on the horizon, whether it's a ship or the oil rigs or anything like that, that it is traveling. Like if you do that orthographic view, right, where it shows that the light is bending all the way to our eye, I don't see that the image is traveling all the way to our eye like that. We see the image exactly where it is, and how it is distorted, and where it is, if it's higher or lower or whatever it is, we see it in place where it is, and the atmos around it, that water vapor, those water particles around it, right, hold the mirroring or the reflection of that or the reflection of that image exactly where it is, right? And we just see it where it is, right? It's not traveling towards us like some 3D kind of hologram traveling through the air into our eye. And now, and because of that, it's getting bent. Right? That light is getting bent towards our eye. No, I don't see it like that at all. Well, I don't think that's how I see.
Yeah. So, all right, that's fine, Ben. So according to you,
Yeah,
we only see things when they are
yeah.
illuminated, right? So, if there's a tree in front of you, but there's no light shining on that tree, you won't see it. And you saying that the moment light shines on it, you'll be able to see it. But what happens now when we shine a light on that tree, and then I put my hand in front of your eyes? You can't see the tree,
No,
even though it's being illuminated. Why not? Why
because
can't you see through my hand?
because
Uh-huh.
you are
But why can't
blocking
you see
my
through my
vision.
hand?
You are blocking my vision with your hand, obviously.
Yeah, but what does that signify? It tells you that any information of the tree being there is being blocked out by my hand, right? So there's some sort of link between your eyes and that tree. It's not
No,
just that the tree gets illuminated and you see it. Once the tree gets illuminated, there's information that goes from that tree to your eyes. Whether it's
yeah,
from the
but
tree to your eyes or your eyes to the tree, there is a causal link there. And my
yeah, well,
hand can block that out so that you cannot see the light
no,
from the tree
no.
anymore.
You are presuming that that information travels through the air, right? That's what you are presuming, that information travels somehow, right? Now, if you put your hand in front of my eye, I see your hand, right, but I can't see through your hand. Okay. Now, if you were to put a piece of glass in front of my eyes, right, I can see through the glass. I can still see the tree, right, because it is transparent. I can see through it. Right? But now you have put an object in front of my eyes that I can't see through. So naturally I can't see through my hand, right? But I can still see my hand. But my hand now isn't traveling from my hand to my eye at all.
What did you say, man?
What do you mean? What did I just say? Did you not listen to what I just said?
I was listening, but it didn't make sense.
You
No,
said
just the last part.
You
Okay,
said
but
that
you.
you put your
Mhm.
hand in front of my eye and I can't see the olive
Yeah,
tree anyway.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Okay
Even
then.
though it's illuminated, yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, I can't see through my hand. Right? It is solid. Right? I can't see through it. But if you were to put a piece of glass in front of
But
my
glass is
eye,
also solid, Benzo. But you can see through the glass. I mean,
yeah, but
glass
it's
isn't made of. Glass isn't a
no,
liquid or a glass.
no, it's
Mhm.
transparent. It may be solid,
Okay.
but it is transparent. Right? There's a big difference between being
So why
transparent.
can we see? Why can we see through transparent things then?
Why can we see through them?
Yeah.
Because they're
If
transparent.
if
Hello?
what I mean is if illumination is all that matters, all that should happen is that tree should have light shone upon it, and I should be able to see it no matter what bands on.
But
But
why
for
would
some reason, when things get in the way, I can't see it. It gets blocked off, whether it's illuminated or not, you know?
yeah,
So it
but
seems that it's not just the tree itself and illumination. There seems to be, light is important and fundamental, and also information. It seems the information needs to reach my eye. If that information doesn't reach my eye because something blocks it out, I'll never see that tree, whether it's illuminated or not, right?
yeah, but you jump to the conclusion because because
Mm.
because if I put my hand in front of my eye, right,
Mm-hmm.
I can't see the tree anymore. So now naturally, because of that, that information has to be traveling. Right? I can see my hand, right, but I can't see the tree because my hand isn't transparent. Okay, but to then jump to the conclusion, right, that information is traveling through the air. I think that's a huge jump myself, right? Because
But
there's nothing.
how
There,
does the information that the tree is there get to us then, Benson? If it's a distance away from us.
what do you mean? How does it get to? Why do you think that information is traveling through the air to our eye? Why do you jump to the conclusion that something is actually traveling from point A to point B in information packets into my eye?
Whether
Why do
you
you
want to
jump to
call
that
it
conclusion?
whether you want to call it information, whether you want to call it light, it doesn't matter. But that
Yeah, no,
image
I
of the
know, I
tree,
know.
the image of the tree is some distance away from us. There's space in
Yeah,
between it and I.
yes,
And in order
exactly.
for me to be able to visualize it, to see it, that space needs to reach my eye. My eye does not create the image of the tree. I know
No,
that
not
for a
at all.
fact because I
Yeah,
know that the tree
yep,
exists. Okay, yeah, but Ben, so just hear me out. I know
you
that
got
the
it.
tree exists outside of me. So if it exists outside of me, and I only see it when I look at it. When I'm not looking at it, it's still there. But when
Yep.
I look at it, I see it. That means that that tree needed to have somehow sent information to me, letting me know it is there. You know, because I'm not creating the image of the tree, Ben. So it doesn't come from my head, right? And I
No,
know that
it doesn't.
because if my daughter looks at the tree, she sees the same thing I do, even though she's
Yep,
standing in a different position and has a whole
yep,
totally different brain. We
yep,
both agree on this thing we are seeing in the
100%.
distance. So
Yep.
logically, it makes sense that that tree would have had to send some sort of signal or information to our brains so that we interpret what it is we are seeing. We don't create the image.
No, we definitely register what we see, right, through our vision. Like we register that as an image, as a tree, right? But I think, like I said, I think it's a leap to say that whether it's light or whether it's information packets, whatever we want to call it, but I'm happy to call it light, but whatever. Um, I don't see that traveling right from point A to point B. I just don't see it, mate, at all. Right? I register that image right through my sight, but where it is, right? It ain't traveling at all. Because if it was traveling, right, well, why ain't I seeing some sort of elongated image that goes from my eye to the tree, right? I only just see the tree where it is, but I don't see that tree traveling at all towards my eye in some elongated image at all. You don't see that. You only see the tree where the tree is. So why do I only see the tree where the tree is? Why don't I see some sort of if this image is traveling in the form of
Mm-hmm.
light, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why then, right, don't I
Mm-hmm.
see this image elongated from my eyeball to the tree?
What do you mean
Well, just
elongated from your eyeball to the tree?
just that the tree should be an image from my eyeball all the way to the tree. And that space that I see between my eye and the tree shouldn't be space. It should be all tree. If
That's
you
not
see what
how the eye. That's not how the eye works, Vince. So,
what do you mean?
number one,
No. Well,
because your eyes aren't taking in light from the top of your eyeball to the bottom of your eyeball. It only takes in light centrally through your pupil. It's the only
mhm,
part of your eye that registers light.
yeah,
So the
yeah,
image doesn't come in elongated or anything like that. Yeah. You know, it's like
Yeah.
imagine a camera. You know, it tunnels the light into one central point of entry.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. I get the explanation, right? But when I'm looking at the tree, right, there shouldn't be any space, right, that is between me and the tree. It should be all tree, even though it's been funneled, right, to the point in my eye, right. It should be like a little tree, and it should be getting bigger to the size of the tree, all the way in front of me, right?
Why though? Why should that be happening, Ben? So, like,
Well,
I don't, because now you are jumping to conclusions, and I don't
well,
understand how you got to that conclusion.
Well, I jumped to this conclusion because of the way you describe, well, not just you, I mean the royal you, Nate, like, you know, how it's kind of
Uh-huh.
described, how I see that image because it is traveling through the air to my eye.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Mhm.
and because it travels through the air to my eye, it is then affected by things like refraction, okay, and is bent, right? So it takes
Oh,
this curve.
okay, okay.
Okay, so then all the way between my eye and the image that I'm looking at, it should be all image.
Mhm.
If that's in fact how I see, to me, logically, right, that should be all image. It shouldn't be space, then the image where it is, higher or lower, warped, twisted, and contorted. All right.
So you are saying when you look at a tree in the distance, all you should see is the tree. You shouldn't see things around it, or
No, no,
and it
no,
should
no,
be
no.
stretched out to cover your whole vision.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that whatever I see, whether it's the
Mm-hmm.
tree or the mountain next to it or the ocean or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
well, there shouldn't be that object that I'm looking at in the distance. That object
Mm-hmm.
should be from the object all the way to my eye.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it if it is indeed traveling, right, from the object
Yeah.
to my eye. So if it is
Yeah.
traveling, well then I shouldn't be able to see any clarity at all between myself and that image.
Well,
Okay.
this is the thing, Dan. So that's why we call it refraction, because it takes into account the medium this light or information is traveling through. If there are big temperature differences, you know, big pressure differentials, if there's a lot of dust in the air, rain, things like that, definitely the image you see gets distorted, and we see this all the time. You know, all of these pictures we
100%.
post of
Yeah.
refraction speaks to what you were saying now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't get the point you're making now, because that is what we say happens. Things get distorted based on the conditions of the medium the light travels through. I don't see
No, but I'm
what's the
saying,
issue.
it
Hmm.
gets distorted in place where it is. It's not getting
Uh-huh.
like that image isn't traveling, right, all the way
Mhm.
from that tree to my eye. It's not traveling, okay, in packets of
Uh-huh.
light or packets of information or anything. And that information isn't traveling and bending with its trajectory to my eyes. I don't see it
Hmm.
like that. It is distorted in place. It's mirrored. It's refracted in place with the immediate uh, water particles, water vapor, dust, and whatnot in place.
But then how do you get that information into your head, Bansal? The tree is a kilometer away from you. How do
Yes.
you get that information into your head that there's a tree there? Because you aren't creating the image of the tree. You only saw the
No.
tree when you looked at it. It doesn't come from your head. It comes from outside of you. So how does this tree, a kilometer away outside of you, become a visual in your head? You got to explain that process to me. If
Well,
you feel that it's not lighter information coming from the tree to me,
well,
how does it happen?
well, at the end of the day, Nate, you know that I can't explain exactly how the eye works, but this is just what I think, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I
Okay.
mean, you haven't.
Right.
It's fine if you can explain it, but I just want me what you think is happening. You just told me what you think isn't happening.
Well, obviously our eyes are like lenses, okay, which enable us to see. Okay. Now we see things because they are illuminated. Okay. And in the light frequency that our lenses can see, right? Because apparently, depending on what bug, insect, or animal you are, you see in different frequencies, or they say they can anyway, which is quite interesting in itself. But like I said, I think that we only see things where they are. I don't see that information traveling at all. I don't see it traveling. This notion of this information traveling from point A to point B, no, I just don't. I no, I don't. I
Yeah,
don't
but Dan,
agree
so
with it.
again,
I don't
again,
agree
you are
with it.
you are telling me what isn't happening, what you don't agree
Yeah,
with. If you feel it's illumination, you got to explain that mechanism to me. I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm not going to
yeah, I
drill you
know.
down on it, and bust your balls over it. I just want to know if you feel what we imagine is happening isn't what's happening. What do you guess or hypothesize could be going on with this
Well,
illumination idea of yours?
it's obviously illuminated because it's in light, right? We
Hmm.
can't see the tree when it's dark. Okay, so when it's pitch black, we can't see it. But then, right, when we turn the light on or the sun comes up or whatever, there is now light around us,
Mm.
right? And that
So,
then
mm,
enables us to be able to process um, what we can see. Right now, we're in
yeah.
whatever frequency our lenses, our eyes can operate. Right, so we can get around. Um, but like I said, I don't. Anyway,
But I mean, let's
that's that.
let's be free thinkers and hypothesize what I'm gonna try and help you flesh out this idea of yours, all right?
Okay,
Because I can
okay,
see you're a bit hesitant to think about
a bit hesitant.
it. You are, yeah. Like you feel like maybe I'm asking you a gotcha question or something.
No,
I'm not
I
that.
don't
I was
care
just
about being got at all.
uh,
No, you know that I don't
okay.
care about that at all.
Okay.
Well, you're
Yeah.
asking me to.
Um,
You're actually asking me to explain to you how the eye works. No, now,
or how we see
right.
things. Yeah, how the eye works, how we see
Well,
things, whatever,
well,
how light works. Like
okay.
let's hypothesize.
So, so, well, I got no idea how the eyeball works. Whether it works through the rods and cones and all that
Mm,
sort of stuff, which they say it does, right? But we
yeah.
obviously process, okay, what we see into our brain, and that gives it a particular shape and whatnot. You can see texture. Um, you can approximate distances, all this sort of stuff with your eyes. They're very, very useful tools. Now, how we actually process it, I've got no idea, Nate. Absolutely zero idea how it actually works, right? And I think you know that. But I've got absolutely zero idea.
Oh shit.
Uh,
I'll be right back
yeah,
then. So just give me
yeah,
one
mate.
sec. Yeah.
Yep. Help me out, left lane.
I'm listening, but I'm about half dozing off.
Oh, really? I'm sending you to sleep,
Yeah,
Howard.
yeah, yeah. I'll be seeing visions of light rays in my head.
uh, how's your world? I jumped in the other server for 5 minutes and it was just absolutely hectic in
Just
there.
pure chaos.
Uh,
I don't know why they don't mute people. I mean, they just let them go, and they just, I don't know. It's impossible to have a conversation over there.
It is a dead set free for all, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah.
It is absolute free for all, and that's why I only do 5 minutes, Howard. I can't do any
Yeah.
more than that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
in all seriousness, like I know here occasionally the elbows get thrown out a little bit, but man, at least you can hear some conversations happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We wouldn't let that go at all.
Not not a chance. But it seems to be, I don't know. I don't know what they do over there, what their guidelines are, but it's obviously just let it go. Seems to be the guideline.
Yeah.
But
It's been quiet here all day though. Nobody's been in here all day.
it's been quiet the last couple of days, actually. I
Yeah.
must say, but the weekend and Sunday, people are probably at church or something.
Yeah.
So you're working this weekend, are you?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I always leave. I leave the house on Saturday, and then I'll get home Wednesday. So Thursday and Friday are my weekend.
Oh, okay. How are the flying lessons going?
They're dragging, man. My instructor, he's went on vacation, and then the plane had a little problem, and it's I get to fly a couple of times, and then it'll be 3 weeks before I get to fly again, and it kind of sets me back. I'll get confident. I'm flying the plane, I'm taking off, flying, landing, and
Yep.
all that, but you really need to get the hours in to build your confidence up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Exactly.
you go 3 weeks in between lessons. Yeah, it's aggravating.
So how are you with your I presume landing's harder than taking off. Taking off looks pretty kind of simple. Just pull back on the stick and up you go. I reckon landing would be a little bit more hair raising. Am I
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's pretty a pretty focused task. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
but just it's kind of like I don't know. I landed one time and he helped and he says you're almost there, and I said I'm fixing to do it. I got it, and and I took off and flew around and set her down just like I've been doing it forever. And
Mm-hmm.
you just kind of get it, and
Yeah.
one minute you can't land it, and next minute you can.
So do you do circuits, Howard? Like you'll take off and land and then fly around in a circle and take off and land? Do you do like a day of that sort of stuff, or is it just one takeoff and one landing that you kind of do in the
No,
morning?
no, I'll do 8 or 10 landings in
There
a
you
couple
go.
of hours.
Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep, yep. Oh, cool.
No, I'm back. Sorry, man.
No, you're
Okay.
right.
So
Just quickly, Nate, how many more hours you got to go before you can fly over here to Australia, Howard?
Well, he told me the last time I did fly that he's bringing my solo written exam, which you do that right before you solo. So I'm
Yep.
close.
Oh, cool, 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 cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I might see you landing on the beach in the near future.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be a long ass flight in that little 172.
Yeah, do some island hopping along the way, I reckon.
Yeah.
But Nate's trying to nail me down on how we see things, Howard.
that's not. I'm actually trying to help you, Ben. So I actually
Yeah,
want
I
to
know.
work with you to try flesh out this idea. So it sounds like there's a few key things you were saying. You do believe that the light that illuminates this olive tree comes from the sun, right? When the sun's not there, we can't see the olive tree. When the sun's in the sky, we see it. So this light shines on the olive tree. You do agree with that, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, the light is illuminated. and the sun is the central
Oh,
point of where that light comes from. And like I
okay.
said, I see it more in I see it more like the whole atmosphere or atmos, whatever you want to call it, being energized, for want of a better word.
Okay.
If that does that make sense?
Yeah, I've heard of this idea before. That's the difference
Oh, okay.
between sunlight and daylight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sunlight, it leaves the sun in an expanding bubble. It interacts with the atmosphere, and the atmosphere gets illuminated, and then we have daylight, right? And then this daylight from the atmosphere travels also as a bubble to the olive tree, or what's happening in between there?
Well, it's everywhere around it, right?
It's
So it's not.
everywhere. Okay.
Yeah, it's not just coming from. It's not just coming from the sun itself. You know, the light is coming from behind, from the side, everywhere.
Yeah,
Um,
but
but there does
we've already
seem,
moved on
yeah,
from the sun.
yeah, yeah. But there does seem to be a brighter point of it. I would agree with that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, but I mean, we're going with your idea, Benzo. So
Yep.
we've gone. The sun released light as an expanding bubble. Light touches the atmosphere, interacts with it. Now the atmosphere becomes illuminated with daylight.
Yep.
All right, and anything within the atmosphere, within the air around us, we
Yep.
can see now because there's this
Yes.
daylight.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
so it's the daylight then. It's the medium itself that allows us to see things. As long as we are within this medium, while there's daylight, while it's energized, we can see anything else within the medium.
Well, yeah. As long as that if that medium has that energy that light energy in it. So whether it's
Mm,
daylight or in a room with a light, yes, you
mm.
can see. All right. So you have to be within a certain frequency, I suppose, so you can see.
And now that we have this frequency, so you're saying this frequency is the visible spectrum of light, kinda,
Kinda. Yep. Yep.
like
Kinda. Yep. Yeah. I'm happy to go with that.
kinda.
Yep. Yep.
Okay,
Yep. Yep.
and that's the frequency that our eyes are like attuned to,
Attuned to.
and
Yes.
only
Yeah.
yeah, and only in that frequency we can see things all around us. But it's because of the medium, right? If there
Yeah.
was no medium, it doesn't matter how attuned our eyes are, we wouldn't be able to see the thing. So, according to you, the medium is what's paramount, what's fundamental in our ability
Yeah.
to see things.
Yeah, yeah, you need some sort of energy in that medium so you can
Mm,
see. So once you remove that energy, you can't see it. You can't see it all because as you know, it's not just in
mm.
daylight that you can see. You can see at night, um,
At night as well, yeah.
at
You
night
can
as well.
see, yeah.
Yeah, exactly,
Mm,
exactly.
okay.
Uh,
So that's your hypothesis. You're
yeah,
happy with that? Okay.
yeah, yeah, for the time being, and yeah, for the
Mm.
time being, yeah, I'm I'm pretty happy with that.
What do you think, Howard? It's solid, right?
On rays of light, I think it would be difficult to describe or illustrate or represent light in any other way than as a ray. To draw the lines through the lens and show how it refracts, things like that. So I just don't have trouble with the ray explanation.
Why do you have to show that in a diagram that the light itself is uh, refracting?
Well, it
You think it's the
explains.
medium?
Well, they say, they put up the classic image of a pencil in a glass of water and how it's refracted and
Hmm.
kind of goes, or if you are say spearfishing, Nate, right? Like if you shoot your spear where the fish is, you're gonna miss. It's generally higher, and this is a demonstration of the light itself refracting. Okay, through those two very distinct mediums. Okay, now. No, I think it's the image, just the image, like the image itself, like the fish or the pencil, right, is in a medium of light. Okay, so it is illuminated itself, but we we see through these lenses, okay, that refract the image and place that that object in a different place than actually where it is. I don't see it as the light itself refracting and bending as it's coming towards my eye. Like I don't see that light bouncing off that fish through the water, okay, at one particular angle, and then hitting the air and then coming out at another particular angle. And that's how I see it. I just, it is, the image is just refracted, right? And it's got nothing to do with how the light is actually traveling to my eye. Yeah.
So if we had to visualize this, man. So hold my hand and walk with me now. You were saying that if I'm spearfishing,
Yep.
the atmosphere has been illuminated. It also illuminates the water, but because the water is a different medium, the images in the water can be distorted, right? Because the medium itself, which is being illuminated, is dynamic. I'm trying to use your guys' terminology. It's
Yeah.
dynamic, so it's ever
Yeah.
moving, and images within it become distorted,
Okay.
right? But we can see these distorted images because our eyes are tuned to that frequency. And if I had to show how our eye interacts with that distorted image, I would use a what now? Not I would struggle to do it with a wave. I don't know how I would do it with like a bubble. I don't know how I would do it with like a line, being deflected. Like, what would you use to represent this? If you had to show it to a child graphically, how
Well,
would you draw that image?
see, this is the thing. Like, if we draw it, like if we were to draw a little stick figure, all right, and he's standing next to a pond, right, and then we draw a fish underneath it, and then we draw, where the fish is, its actual position, and its apparent position. Okay, so now we draw lines. So it's so now you have this line that is now bent. Okay, at a very particular angle. Okay, depending on your angle to the water and all that sort of stuff. And then I think the leap is then taken, right? Because we draw this line from our eye to the position of the fish, and because it's bent, now that's how light is actually traveling. I don't think I I, I don't think just because you can draw a representation of it, right, saying here is the position of the fish, and here's the apparent position of the fish, and here is the position of the fish. One is a straight line, and one is a bent line. So now, because it's a bent line, that's how light travels, right? I think it's a big jump or a big leap to actually go there. Like, I can see how it makes sense, right? And I really can't argue the sense of it. but I don't think that that light is bouncing off the fish through the water, getting refracted and then coming out into another medium, then to my eye. I just can't. I can't get there, Nate. I really can't.
Yeah, I mean, I fully understand what you think isn't going on. What we're trying to
Yeah,
solve now is what you
I
think is
know
going on.
what is going on. I know what you're trying to do, Nate, and I don't know
Yeah.
how to get me there or you there. I don't know how to do it, if I'm being
Okay.
honest. Okay, and I'm just being honest. Like I just have this idea, or this thought in myself, I suppose, which
Mm.
has absolutely zero science behind it whatsoever. Now I
It's
can't
on
back up.
falsifiable.
I can't back up my thoughts with anything scientific. No, you know that I can't. All right.
Yeah, but I
Whereas,
mean,
with,
we can even take the philosophical route. You know, I'm just trying to get deeper into this thought because right now
yeah,
we kind of stuck at the medium gets illuminated
yeah.
and the objects within the medium get
Well,
illuminated and our eyes are tuned to that frequency.
okay.
That's where we're stuck. You know,
I
I'm trying to see
suppose
if we can get deeper.
it's like looking through a lens, isn't it? Like if you if I have a bit of glass in front of me, okay, and then I have a warped piece of glass in front of me, okay. Now, if I look through that warped piece of glass, okay, that image also too gets warped and distorted because it has a lensing effect. Have you ever seen, Nate, old window panes where they used to make the old float glass, and it has lots of imperfections in it, lots of lumps and bumps, and
Yeah.
yeah, so when you look through it, that particular spot where there's a lump or a bump or an imperfection where it may be a little bit thicker than the rest of the glass, right there, what you're looking at looks a little bit warped and actually distorted because you're looking through a a another lens which actually warps it and contorts it. So what we are looking through in the Atmos is like lots of different lenses. So when you are looking, if you are the spear fisherman, for argument's sake, and you have your water, you have this very distinct layer of water. And if it's a calm day and there's no ripples in the water or whatever, it's like looking through that piece of glass. Okay, so it's like looking through another lens. Okay,
Mm.
and that's how that's probably the best way. You know, it's looking through a couple
A
of different.
lens.
Yes, exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, I can rock with that. So
yeah,
if I were to imagine that between me and this tree, all right, we're gonna throw. All right, let's hang on to the illumination idea. You know,
okay,
it's still the sun energizes the atmosphere, becomes
yeah,
illuminated, and
uh-huh,
now what we're gonna do is slice the atmosphere between ourselves and the olive tree into slices, like really thin slices, like imagine pages in a book,
yep,
and we're going to
okay,
say each one is distorted a bit differently,
yep,
and this is what causes refraction. This is what causes the image we finally end up seeing to be a bit distorted.
hmm
You're good with that idea?
yes, yeah, I'm good with that idea. Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
good with that idea. Yep, yep.
So what causes the distortions now? Why is one slice a bit different from the other? What causes these differences?
Well, it's the little lenses in the atmosphere, being the water particles or the water vapor. So if
Ah,
if they are like,
Interesting.
if well, because you're looking through them, okay, you're
Mm,
looking
mm,
through
mm.
them. So they are
But now
transparent.
yeah, but just to confirm, you're saying each sheet is made of different particles. It could be water particles, dust particles,
Gas mask,
ice,
whatever. Yep.
gas. Yeah, but
Yep.
but them together make each sheet, and then their arrangement is different.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go with this for the time being. Yep. Yep.
And this difference in arrangements brings about different temperatures, air pressure, this, that, and the third.
Yeah. 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 Yep.
Okay. So we almost like 80% agreeing with the standard interpretation. It's just now the only thing we're not sure about is the light, the how the image itself gets to us. We see it through the medium. We can see it because of the
Yes.
medium. We
Yep.
understand that the medium, if we saw it as different slices, each slice is a bit different from the other because of the different arrangements in the particles within the medium. This brings about different temperatures, pressures, all of that. But now we gotta bring it home now. How does all of this cause that image from the tree to us? Because we also agree that the image, we don't imagine the tree there. We know it's there. We know it exists outside of us,
Mm-hmm.
but there's space between it and us. How does this distorted image get from it to us? So you feel it's not a light particle bouncing around. It's not a wave.
Yeah. Well.
This
Yeah.
would be yeah. So now this
Yeah.
is yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know,
This is our the catch-22, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
how does that image get from the tree to my eye? Okay,
Hmm.
and this this notion that that it actually travels. I don't. No, it's not. It's not that it travels.
Hmm.
Right? We are just we see the information in front of us, right, and
Hmm.
register that information in front of us, obviously,
Hmm.
because we see things, okay, but
Hmm.
that information isn't traveling at all, right? In whether it's in information packets or it's in light packets, I don't,
Hmm.
I can't see it actually traveling per se, as and traveling in such a way that its path from from it to me, okay, as it's traveling, um, is um, bent or warped or contorted because it's not
Hmm.
travel. You know, I'm
How
seeing.
about how about this one, Bansor? Like, what about a sundial? In my opinion, it's the absence of light which is moving. It's the shadow that's moving. It's not the light that's moving. The light is always there. It's just the absence of light. That's the evidence right there. The absence of light is moving, not the light.
Okay, the absence of light is moving.
Hmm. I'll be back in a bit, guys.
All right, buddy.
But think about it, guys. So what could
Yeah,
it be?
no, yeah, no, cool, mate. Hmm. The absence of light is moving.
Get it?
Hmm.
Down the horizon and it's not there anymore. It's below the horizon, right? But this entire sky is still illuminated. Which way does your shadow go? In which direction?
Which way does my shadow go?
Yeah, so the sun's not there. It's below the horizon. It's gone. So there's no direct line between yourself and the sun anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And but the entire sky sometimes can be fully illuminated. So would the shadow be from your zenith, from directly above, or which way would you think the shadow would go?
Well, it's funny you should kind of mention that, Carlos, because it was I mentioned it a few weeks ago. We we went to Coonawarra, a little wine region here in South Australia. We went there for the weekend, and anyway, we were driving home, and anyway, the car in front of us, I noticed the shadow of the car. Okay, and there was a distinct shadow to the left hand side of the car. Okay, and because that's obviously where the um the, the sun was, like the sun was on the right hand side of us, and there was a distinct shadow on the left hand side of the car, and also to underneath the car. And then what happened was, the sun went behind clouds, and it was a cloudy day. Like, you couldn't see the sun. Like, if you looked up in the sky where the sun was, you couldn't actually make out through the clouds the hot spot of the sun at all. You couldn't make it out, right? And what I actually noticed with the car in front of me, which is the first time I've ever noticed it, and I want to look out for it again because I've only ever noticed this once. There was actually a shadow on both sides of the car of equal. They were both equal. So, say the shadow came out 1.5 meters to the left hand side, there was also too a shadow that came out 1.5 meters to the right hand side of the car, and directly underneath the car there was a darker shadow. Now, the shadow on the left and the right hand side weren't as dark um, as what the shadow was when the sun was out, but there were two distinct shadows of the car, and you couldn't see the hot spot of the sun at all. But obviously, it was still daylight, and light was coming from everywhere. And actually, there also too seemed, but it was a bit harder to make out. There seemed to be a shadow behind the car as well, but you couldn't make it out quite as much. But there seemed to be this shadow that went 360 around the car itself. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It does. It has me bamboozled a little bit what I think about light and how it works and how we see things.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever been able to get a camera that is so amazing shutter speed where they could turn on a light and actually visually see the light traveling from from a light bulb to the camera. Yeah. Yeah, the only apparatus that they have is actually not optical.
But yeah, this idea, or the general accepted theory, Carlos, that when I look at the tree, that the tree is now traveling through the air to my eye, and that's how I see it.
Yeah.
And
It's not the image that's moving, is it? The light's not dragging the image along to your eyeball.
yeah, exactly. So
The image is there. That's what you see. You look at a book or you look into the distance. You see the image because it's illuminated.
exactly.
Light,
So
light, yeah, light can't just grab onto something physical and bring it to your eyeball.
yeah. So you see what I'm saying, yeah? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you all the way. Light,
Yeah.
light does not travel, in my opinion.
Mm, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm not explaining it very well, what I think. But then because this whole this idea that the image is traveling in packets of light,
Yeah.
right? And these little packets of light then are getting bent through the atmosphere. Um, yeah, I don't.
If that was the case, if the light was actually dragging the image to your eye, wherever you look, you would have cross beams of images just strobing across the sky. It would just be a blur.
That's kind of what I think, Carlos. It's like,
Yeah.
why do I see clear space with no image there between me and the tree? Like the whole space between the tree and my eye should be all tree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you look
Like,
from left to right, you should be able to drag the left picture to the right picture and blend them together if you moved your head fast enough.
exactly.
Yeah.
Uh, but because I've got nothing scientific to actually back it up.
Well, there's nothing scientific to actually back up that light's moving.
Mm,
That's the
right.
problem.
Mm,
And so we can guess as much as we want, but we don't have to have evidence that it's not moving. They have to show evidence that it is.
mm.
That hasn't been
Like
demonstrated.
like they'll yeah, exactly right. Like water, they want it to be a building material. Exactly right. Like a lot of bricks, that gets built in front of you. But then or then how do we see? Well, our eyes are just obviously they're a lens. They are a receptor, right? That so we can see things. Um, but it's like because well, like I explained with the spearfishing, Carlos, like the fish is actually there, but it looks like but it's over there because it's refracted, and because we can draw a line from our eye to where the fish is and where the apparent position of the fish is. Now all of a sudden, that's how light travels. Or if we put a laser beam, which is a funnel directed beam through sugar water, right? Well, that's how light travels. But it's
Yeah, it's the image is being distorted. It's not the light that's
mm,
refracting. The light's not being refracted at all. It's the image
mm,
that's being refracted, isn't it? The light is
exactly.
just a means for you to be able to see what is being refracted
Yep. Yep.
through a lensing effect.
Yes. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Through a lens.
Have you ever seen that? There was a video back in the day when there was an eclipse and there was lots of little refracted um, moon images on the ground, millions of them. Did you ever see that one?
No, I didn't see that one, mate. No.
It's quite interesting how there was during an eclipse, right? And you'd expect to see a shadow maybe
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
of the moon on the ground, but what you saw is the ground covered in little tiny fragmented identical copies of each other of little moon shadows all over the ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. And
Interesting.
so light works in mysterious ways, and to get that effect, I wouldn't know. No one's been able to explain how that phenomena happens,
Mm, mm,
but
mm.
it's been documented. And
Yeah.
so light is this mysterious thing, but at the end of the day, what they're using the motion, the so-called motion of the light, um, that's their premise for that basically holds up their entire model.
Yeah,
That
yeah, yeah.
if the movement of light was not a thing, uh, I'm sorry, but the orbital mechanics and everything all just has to start again.
Yeah. Well, I think because because we can make a directed light source, whether that's a headlight of a car or a torch or a laser beam, that now that's how light travels in these beams. Okay.
Yeah, well, you could have the sun shining through a hole in a rock in a cave, and it can come through as a beam. It doesn't mean that the light's traveling. It's, all it is it's able to actually reach through that void.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then once it comes through that void, it is now propagating more light. I think.
It's getting through there. It doesn't mean it's traveling through there. It
No.
means that it has the potential to be there at all times. The absence of light is what allows you to see that beam of light.
Yeah.
The absence of
Yes.
light around it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, interesting.
I know.
But what would I know, Carlos? I'm just a mere layman at the end of the day, trying to make sense of my own ideas, I suppose. But
Yeah, well, it was mere laymen that were the ones that were able to, put a few things together from from a junkyard and make an aeroplane and fly for a few minutes for the first time ever, just from tinkering around. That's what laymen do. They climb to the top of Mount Everest, or they do these incredible feats. Now you've got people in fucking bird jumpsuits jumping off mountains and
oh
flying.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that's not a scientist who designed that suit. There's some dude that just figured out that if he put some lift onto his arms, he might be able to float while he's
Yes,
dropping.
yeah. Some adrenaline junkie did
Yeah,
that. Yeah, that's
yeah.
for sure.
Jesus,
Yeah.
did you ever see the one back in the day when there's some crazy guy that did it through a hole in a rock in China?
Oh, I've seen a couple of clips of stuff like that, or you've got this guy that he's screaming, absolutely screaming through this gorge that's
Yeah,
so narrow, and it's so narrow, and the speed that he's going is just breathtaking, actually, to see. Yeah, what they do, oh man, that takes some kahunas. I tell you, it
yeah,
definitely takes
thanks.
some
Yeah,
kahunas. Yeah.
sure. Yeah, see, so it's the layman is totally underestimated. The
Mm,
scientists, they have a little world of their own,
mm.
equation after equation.
Well, it's generally these people in their backyard garage that come up with some of the most brilliant inventions, isn't it? And he's just tinkering around with some junk, trying to do something, and then next thing it's bang, it's
Well, I can't wait until we could do that water level test. That would be good because
yep.
it sounds quite inexpensive. Yeah.
I personally think it has a lot of merit to it myself, Carlos. It's just getting people behind it, I suppose. Um,
Yeah. I mean, surely, if the word got out about how simple the experiment was, someone could just beat us to it and get it done. It,
hmm
it what an experiment! What an easy thing to do. Just a fucking piece of pipe with some water.
Yep. Yep. Me- measure a
And
line and get some pipe and kind of get it done. And it's really not that um, expensive
no,
to do it. And like, if they can raise 20 grand to buy a fiber optic gyro. Now, surely people can put their heads together and go, let's do something that's really practical, and get it done. Just get it done.
It'd be good to do it along something that's controversial, maybe alongside LIGO. It would be
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cool.
yeah, yep, yep,
Kill
yep,
two
yep,
birds with one stone.
yeah.
Yeah.
But we have a nice big lake here. We've got Lake Air, which is a massive inland lake when it has water in it. But definitely to do it alongside water would be the way to go. But yeah, it does seem practical, like a practical way of going about things. And then once you do that, well, then you can get onto everything else, work everything else out.
It's been pretty quiet on this VC lately, eh?
The last couple of days has been, yeah.
Yeah. Come on, it's like there's no one there. And then you're like, I want to hear a conversation. So you jump over to that other channel, and it's just
Oh my god.
what's the word? Crass, It's so crass. Yeah.
It's
The negative dross and the crassness of their conversations is so. It's just so in the gutter. Yeah, most of the time.
It's a free for all, really. It's a
all right.
different free for all. But I went over there for 5 minutes today and kind of went, okay then, yep, I've heard enough. Don't need any more.
Well, I'm just recovering from the cold.
What, just a cold or
It's a super flu. So I got tested for COVID. It wasn't that because that came out negative. But it's 2 weeks of the most intense flu I've ever had in my life. I
really?
thought I was gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just the symptoms are just mind-boggling. How each symptom is so noticeable and they're spread out. 2 full weeks of being in bed. Yeah.
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 Man. So
I know.
you come good now though, yeah?
Yeah, getting there. Now I've got the symptom of just absolute aching teeth.
Oh, teeth. Oh, okay.
Teeth are aching and they're stinging my eyeballs.
Oh.
Yeah. You get so many symptoms, all these weird symptoms, headaches and nausea. Yeah. That's what it is. They call it the super flu.
Interesting.
You never had this before. I don't know. I reckon this is just, it's too much. Like in my entire life, I've never experienced. We used to get the flu, it would last a few days and you'd be back to work, you know. And ever since, the evolution of all these new signals being introduced into the atmosphere and around you. You've constantly got every single house with Wi-Fi. Everyone's got a phone. The GSM signals are just constantly, and it's like when you're watching your device, whether it's your computer or whatever, you've got this Wi-Fi signal around you, and for your phone to pick up the signal, you've got that right pretty much at arm's length. I reckon that all of these flus could be related with all these signals in the air. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not directly as in same time, same thing, but building up in the body maybe. So like someone might make the argument that, oh well, there's people that live in the countryside and they don't have a lot of signals going around. They still get sick, and but it might just be a case of building it up in your system, and then it just needs to be purged. It all needs to just come out. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon the signal, and they could be pumping all sorts of crap through the signals as well to help make a problem. I reckon. I think there's a war going on, and for them to keep people down, and to keep people from marching on. The more people they can bring down to slow down the system, it's going to create all sorts of negative side effects, including the flu, including
Yep. All that sort of stuff. Yeah.
the vision and stuff. Yeah, I reckon. I don't know what Geo thinks of that, because yeah,
Well,
I'm not.
I think frequency can definitely affect you both in a positive way, but also to a negative way.
Yeah, well, I had first-hand experience back in the day, 20 years ago or more. I went to China and I had this sort of like a bone-shaped Alcatel mobile phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked on the phone for, it would have been an hour, and I had the worst headache, aching teeth. I had a headache for just a constant painful headache for an entire week after that.
Yeah.
And that's just first-hand experience from the signal of the phone. I was on loudspeaker, so I didn't have the phone right next to my head. So it was more that signal that was coming from the phone that gave me that headache. Obviously, technology has made it not as noticeable, but there could still be all sorts of crap coming through and interrupting with your circuitry of yourself. It can poison the body, poison the mind. Yeah.
I remember years ago there was things going around like with people living under or near a high voltage power lines and stuff. These things causing
Oh yeah, that's dirty
cancer.
electricity.
Yeah. And that was a thing for a few years actually. That was going around. There was always a story about it. You'd always see it on a show like A Current Affair or 60 Minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you
These
get the same thing just by, if you've got your bed next to it, a power socket, you're gonna get some of that dirty electricity leaking into your head all night long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I know with we obviously we've got Wi-Fi and all that sort of stuff at the home, but it's all but basically in the office,
Yeah.
and in the actual bedroom itself. We don't have um, our Wi-Fi devices or anything like that. The bedroom itself is very zen. We've got no TV, no nothing in there, and at night when we go to bed, our phones are on charge in the actual kitchen itself, not in the bedroom at all. So I do find that we do sleep, really solidly. We get good night's sleep. Um, we we just recently, when I say recently, in the last few months, also too, um, which we're giving it a go, and I don't know if it's doing anything, but the end of the bed where your feet are, we've actually slightly elevated the bed as well. My wife saw something where she said it helps with your circulation. Um, so
Oh, look, they elevated the foot of the bed like a
yes, yeah,
bar, like of just a few inches or what?
yeah. It's only I got some. Oh, well, I got some nice timbers. So it's basically the thickness of a brick that it's
Right.
been elevated. So you can't actually feel the blood rushing to your head at all. Like it doesn't feel uncomfortable, but it is
Yeah.
only 2.5 or 3 inches thereabouts. Um, and look, I don't know if it might be that placebo effect, maybe. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? But like I said, we have no TV, no electronic devices. The Wi-Fi router is well away from where we are. And we basically got nothing in our bedroom itself, and we get a really good night sleep. And then when you wake up in the morning too, um, you wake up feeling fresh and alert, like you've had a good night's sleep. We don't wake up, oh my god, I need another 3 hours in bed type of thing. We don't do that.
Have you ever like moved your bed around the room with your head facing different directions to
Oh
see?
yeah,
Because I
yeah,
had that experience. I had my head facing one. The bed looked good in the room.
yeah,
Everything worked out position wise,
yep,
ergonomically, and everything. It looked really good, but
yep,
just had the worst sleep for so many weeks.
yeah,
And we decided to move the bed to facing at the west. Yeah, I
yep,
think it was in the end facing west, and then we just instantly noticed such a big difference in our sleep. We're able to wake up fresh, and that's just with the direction of the bed
yeah.
being different.
I was
Yeah.
saying saying this about a month ago. My wife is right into feng shui.
Mm,
She's got lots of books on it, and all the rooms are set up a very particular way as far as the energy flow of the
yeah.
room and, and,
Mm,
and stuff. Now, um, uh, and surprisingly, Carlos, like um, it's not my thing. It's my wife's thing. Like I say, she can do whatever she wants. Doesn't really phase me at all. But like in the lounge room, like, and she set it up a very particular way. And then like when you sat down on the couch and whatnot, it felt like really relaxing, and yeah, you were just at ease. And so we got up and we moved the couch around, and we moved a couple of other things around, because I thought, if this is all kind of voodoo doctor kind of stuff, I want to put this to the test. So we moved a bit of stuff around and whatnot. And then anyway, sat down again, and yeah, it felt really strange. It didn't feel as relaxing or anything now. And I don't know why. I don't know if it is because of the feng shui of the room, or whatever. But there definitely did seem to be a difference in how you felt in the room. Definitely did seem to be a difference.
well, I was watching a qigong master talking earlier, and he explained that most people, when they think of qi, uh, they imagine or think of it being as energy. Um, But this qigong master explained it's not energy, it's the ether. He said it's information. It's 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 a it's a medium of information. So you know, there's all these people that practice, you know, Tai Chi and Qigong and all sorts of martial arts. They're all thinking in their mind. Even the masters, you know, they're teaching their students that they're moving energy around. But where the Qigong master said, no, it's not energy. Everyone's got it wrong. It's information.
Okay.
So you're manipulating the environment by getting the information just right. That's what feng shui is. Feng means wind, shui means water. So it's like getting the flow just right. Yeah, the flow of information. Yeah.
That kind of makes sense, really. Right, yeah, there's energy all around us, isn't there? So being able to harness that and
Dropping out of the
not manipulate it, but use it to your advantage, I suppose. The way to go.
Yeah. So I mean, the way that I see the medium in which we live, we are basically drenched in you know, a medium of information, and the only thing traveling are our thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what other things can move through this medium besides sound is definitely moving, isn't it? Sound is very different than light, because sound, there is, and it's easy to show evidence that sound actually moves through the medium, because it's we're limited to, like, you know, measurements in kilometers per hour. You know, what's the speed of sound? Is like 700 miles an hour or something like that. So that's measurable. It's vibration. And then they go so crazy to say light is moving at millions of kilometers per second. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit far fetched for me. My thinking I just can't go there. Or I'm like you. I can't imagine light traveling. And I think the ether needs to be explored more, and from the viewpoint of chi, of the information itself. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. I'm definitely I'm definitely on board with that thought process. Definitely.
Well, I might be back for another conversation, but I've got to take off for a while.
Too easy, brother.
It's been good
All
to
right,
chat. Yeah. Hopefully the
all right,
VC picks up and there's a few
Carl.
more people that come on. Good to listen to. Wolfgang had some good stories.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Carlos, man. I'll talk to you later,
All right,
buddy. Okay.
Cal.
Catch your fire is gone now. Okay. I was so happy to hear him talk about this.
Oh, the chi and the yin and the yang and stuff.
Yeah. To me, chi can be I wrote it in the text. Can be expressed as key to open a door, a pathway, and it's it's very essential in my view in the awakening that's really happening. So I was very happy to hear it, and I don't know if he saw the text, but I wanted to encourage him to experience his whole sickness situation as an energetic cleansing. The pain in the teeth are happening all over the place, and it is part of the energetic cleansing because our teeth are essential in our expression, in our talking. I call it the rattling ceramics in our cupboard.
Yep. Yes.
It's
Yeah.
earthware. It's earthware from a higher quality than, for instance, an urn. But and yeah, it's the mouth is a connection between the governance vessel and governance vessel and the conception vessel. And governance vessel is thinking more male, straighten your back, man.
Yeah.
And the conception vessel that runs across our front body is more the weak part. The is more where the creation is, where your child is growing, where that's a part of creation, and yeah, it's so if it just connects in our mouth, and people have stated that we when you talk, you connect the energy of these two vessels. For instance, there are a couple of letters that are expressively in that, the D and the T and the N. Then you touch the top of your mouth, just behind your teeth, and you close that energy stream. So you connect it. For instance, the R, in English, the R is mostly not really making connection with it, but in Dutch you have this rolling R. The R, it's like a spark plug. It's like a spark plug.
Yep.
And R is a letter of fire. So
okay.
in our motor.
Yep.
So you can see in that way that by speaking, you express your being, your inside motor, how you run things. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, no, Catch a Fire or Carlos here, he's right into the chi and yin and yang and all that sort of stuff.
What was his original name again?
Carlos is his
Yeah,
original
but before he had another character name in here.
Bamboo Dick was one of them.
Yeah.
He's actually had a few. He's had a few.
Okay.
But yeah, it's actually good when you get to know someone's voice, and so it doesn't matter what name they change.
No.
Single day, you just know who they are.
Yeah, in some circles they find it very important to use your original name. I listened to Globusters yesterday evening, and they think it's very, very important to use your name, to be open, and but that's that's of course fired by their experience, by all the attacks on them from
Yeah.
nameless persons.
Exactly. Yeah.
I
It's,
don't take it too personal that I have to do that as well. I can decide that for myself. How I present myself on this
exactly.
medium, and as long as I make conversation and do not attack to attack.
Mm,
Right?
I
That's
agree. Yeah.
more.
Agree.
That's more important to me.
Most definitely. Most
Sometimes I want to attack Caloric, but still.
definitely. uh, he's look, yeah, look, he's got a good heart, mate. He's got
Yeah,
a good
yeah, yeah,
heart.
yeah. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. But
Yeah.
he was a little bit on the loose lately, and I deleted a message, a comment from him 2 days ago.
He was going a bit crazy, was he?
No,
There you
not really crazy, but if you say something to someone who doesn't know you and not your kind of humor,
Oh, yeah.
it was
Yeah.
a bit cross. So I'm not saying what it was, but
No, fair enough. No, fair enough. Yeah, okay.
it was the third time I ever did something like that.
Oh, there you go. There
It
you go.
almost to make a little bit more fun. It made me almost happy to do it to Caloric.
Yeah. Oh, no. No. Good value. But yeah, no, I like talking to Nate.
Yeah,
You can have a good um, obviously he believes what he believes and whatnot, but if you can have a nice, reasonable conversation,
yeah,
with him.
yeah,
It doesn't get into the free for all. Um, I've heard him. We all have probably lost our cool. I've definitely heard him do that um, on some other places. But you treat him well, he does exactly the same back, which is
yeah, yeah,
which is good. You know, I'm definitely not going to change his mind on anything. But at the end of the day, I'm not here to change his mind. I'm just here to have a conversation.
yeah,
And he'll at least he'll hear you out, right, and try and work things through,
yeah,
with you. It gives you
mhm,
that courtesy. You go, okay, then I hear what you say. Well, let's try and nut this out a little bit.
yeah,
Like we were earlier, when we were talking about how we see and line and whatnot. It's like, okay, then I hear what you're saying. We kind of 80% agree. Let's try and work out the other 20% and try and work things out a little bit. So at least he gives you the courtesy of that conversation, whereas a
yeah,
lot of the others won't even give you the courtesy of even doing that. Whitewater, they won't do it at
yeah,
all. They
yeah,
just call you a moron. You don't understand. You don't know what you're talking about, sort of thing.
yeah, yeah. I agree that on both sides you have people that, um, with all respect to their visions, create a wall around them of protection for their ideas. It's not always easy to in the barrage of questions and answers
Mm,
to be yourself. Some people have more ability to express themselves in a coherent way, and others can be quiet and tap into things, and for them it's difficult to express it. So it can sometimes be
mm,
frustrating that way,
mm.
depending on where you stand.
Yeah.
And you see that on both sides. So it's a human a human thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I sometimes, as you know, I am overall more on the quiet side, and I see a lot of things, and it get me. Sometimes I get a little too high on my horse on my own.
Oh, we all do that. We all do that, my friend. Most definitely.
Yeah.
But it was interesting before, and maybe I misunderstood Howard. He's probably sleeping now or whatever, but I don't want to misrepresent him at all. But he made a comment, I think, when we were talking about how we see. It's like, well, how do we draw that out? Like, how do we draw that so I can understand it?
Yeah.
Okay. And, to me, I think when we're talking about vision,
Yeah.
um, and stuff and how light works,
Yeah.
we have this drawing light water. Okay, that like if we're spear fishing, I use that example, like we're spear fishing. The fish is here, but it's actually over there. So we
Yeah.
draw these lines. We have this straight line, and now we have this bent line. And
Yeah.
because we have a drawing, all right, that's now how we see, and that's how light travels, because we have a drawing that kind of matches up to what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And to me, I think that's where the crossroad is. Like we need to have a drawing to be able to understand it, for it to
Yeah.
make sense in regards to how light works.
Yeah. 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 And for instance, Benzo, we have each one of us, if we physical are a female and male, doesn't matter. We have male and female inside of us. It's
Mhm.
in its essence, it's the female is oil and or isotropic, and the male is salt and anisotropic. And when the eye, what it receives, what comes into our eye, there you say it again, when it comes into your eye, when the light falls into the eye. That's better.
Yeah,
Falls
yeah.
into the eye, it's received by female. When you focus, it is as if you are erecting a tower of focus. It's the male version.
Uh-huh.
So somehow it's how these two components worked together to create things. And you know what anisotropic is?
I have
And
heard it. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So it's more layered and
Mhm.
more like filaments. And
Yeah.
so in that sense, you can see that information that's stored in such a construct is more separated, right? And while in oil and isotropic, the overview is more there. It goes in all directions.
Mhm. Mhm.
For instance, there's a lot of crystals that are anisotropic, but for instance, diamonds are isotropic.
Okay.
So they store it different, the information. And where was I going with it? It's so simple but so complicated.
Okay.
To see it.
So a diamond is isotropic.
Yeah, yeah. As I
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, it to me, at least it's said like that, and I could understand that. But
Uh-huh.
it's rather fresh, because I really understood the whole oil and salt, especially when you look at how these substances react in nature.
Mm-hmm.
When you put that together, that they are different and reacting different, salt can warm things up, so the freezing doesn't happen, and when oil gets cold, it gets thick, so it needs warming. And I always make the joke about it that how many men, at least here in the colder regions, are crying loud at night because they are warm in bed, and then their woman puts their cold feet to their calves,
Mm-hmm.
so to warm them up. But the sudden reaction of it, your calves can contract. Just say it when you do it.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly.
And stuff like that. Oil getting warmer and more runny and well, things like that. Where was I going? Where am I at? So it when you start looking deeper in. So I was looking for quite some time for. I was thinking, oh, I would like to know that there are other expressions of it. So it's just a couple of weeks ago that for the first time I saw that the concept of isotropic and anisotropic.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
So I was
interesting.
very happy to see that that it goes further than only just oil and salt.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
kind
yeah.
it's a kind of order in the composition of materials,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
or the apparent materials, whatever it is.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. It's definitely an interesting topic, really.
Yeah,
Vision
yeah.
and light. Like it is, and I know so little about it really, which is my my bad really at the end of the day.
But maybe the concept of receiving light and focusing, and when focus you go out of your eye, can help more in the thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
It also makes it a little bit more complicated, so I'm happy to
Yeah.
give you that.
Oh,
Maybe.
complicated to say the least.
Yeah, yeah. And I was happy to listen to your conversation with Caloric this morning, and left lane jumping in for a short time,
Yeah.
because it more or less confirmed for me, and it made it a little bit more stable to think in light of not as a ray and yeah, particles are particles that do not bump, that are not particles for me. So
Yeah.
and that whole oh yeah, that's what I wanted to say. As I told you, I do a little in breakdown of what I call the babble.
Mm-hmm.
And for instance, we are all out on to making some profit in life, yeah.
Yeah.
And but the word when you break down the word profit, you can see profit. So you
Mm-hmm.
can in advance fit the world to your belief.
Yep.
Profit, and that's what I see with this orthographical. You make some kind of profit in your head,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but you leave your eyes.
Yes.
And as we have both confirmed, it can be good to do it, but you also have to jump back. So it's not that I totally condemn it, but I can see that if you are always jumping into these what do they call them? Diagrams and stuff like that. It gives the comfort of you being able to calculate everything,
Yes.
but perspective is not always calculable.
No, no, not at all. Not at all. Definitely not. Obviously it's a useful tool, perspective, and can be used for many a thing, but it doesn't explain everything. Right? I think it's a good general tool to use.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but perspective can't explain a mirage or refraction or these sorts of things. Perspective can't do that. Like perspective cannot. If you're an artist drawing a picture from your head,
Yeah.
okay, so you know basically what you have to do with perspective, but now if you want to draw or paint a mirage in that picture, you
Yeah.
have to imagine how that mirage will look like, because perspective won't. Yeah, perspective can kind of somewhat give you dimensions, roughly of what that mirage may look like, but
Yeah. Well,
it
let me
doesn't explain it.
yeah let me say it this way. Perspective has been built on observations made with the camera obscura in the past.
Mhm.
That's what the picture tells us.
Yep. Mhm.
But it's all based on what is projected there, that is comparable to a 50 mm lens NRI. Yeah.
Yep. 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 Yep.
And when you look at that perspective, let's say 800, 1600 meters, then it gets really small. So any disturbance and distortion happens in a very small area where the objects are also very small.
Mhm.
So it then, if you then want to apply it to zoom images 100%, then you're in the wrong, because then the conditions of the medium and the compression of the medium must be understood and must be
Yep.
seen and observed and as we spoke of yesterday, then the globe side thinks that they can calculate everything with humidity and pressure and things like that, but they only use calculable things and not, for instance, the reflection of the light on the surface of the Earth that creates a whole load of lighting upwards that can disturb and create reflections in water particles and things like that. Yeah, and on top of that, in the distance, the amount of water particles are compressed and can become like a lens. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Definitely. Definitely. Mm.
So the rules of perspective are very precise, but only with a 50 mm lens
Yep.
vision.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. Definitely, mate. I'm getting called for dinner. It's my dinner time here, so I'm gonna love you and leave you. Um,
Okay. Have a
and
nice meal.
shall do, and I'll be back a little bit later on, probably. I will.
Okay.
All right,
Bye.
buddy. All right, mate. Bye bye.